Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8:30 exactly in the morning in Singapore. For our international delegates here, please forget what time it might be in your home country. It's 8:30 in the morning in Singapore, and we are ready to open day 2 of the 20th IISS Shangri-La Dialogue. Let me begin by thanking the President of the Republic of Singapore for the excellent dinner organized by RSIS that was offered to ministers and delegation leaders last night at the Istana. We opened the 20th IISS Shangri-La Dialogue with a keynote address by Prime Minister yesterday, and you will recall that Secretary of Defense Austin gave a major statement on the United States leadership in the Indo-Pacific. This morning we are delighted to be able to receive General Li Shangfu, State Councilor and Minister of National Defense of China, to deliver an address in our 5th plenary session on China's new security initiatives. He and I had a meeting on Friday for about an hour and 20 minutes and discussed a number of issues that would be raised at this dialogue. And without revealing the secrets of our private conversation, I think I'm entitled to say that the General said to me that China values the Shangri-La Dialogue as a place at which a number of important conversations can take place, and importantly, where China has a platform to speak to an international audience on its thoughts of Indo-Pacific strategy. So we are delighted that we are able to offer that platform to General Li Shangfu, and I invite him now to take the floor and that podium and deliver the address to the 5th plenary session. Thank you, sir.
Dear Dr. Chapman, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it gives me great pleasure to attend the 20th Shangri-La Dialogue. I want to first thank Dr. Chapman and the IISS for your invitation. My thanks also go to the government and Ministry of Defense of Singapore for your great hospitality. In China, we have a city called Shangri-La in Yunnan province, and a small town also called Shangri-La in Sichuan province. Shangri-La is synonymous with the utopia of purity, beauty, harmony, and here we are at the Shangri-La Hotel. Though we are from different parts of the world, I believe we are all here to work for peace and development, and for the well-being of people in the Asia-Pacific. Today, if we look around, we see sluggish global economic recovery, resurging Cold War mentality, rising regional conflicts, and security threats emerging one after another. Our world is far from tranquil, and people across the countries long for peace, development, and cooperation.
习近平主席提出全球安全倡议，倡导共同、综合、合作、可持续的安全观，走开一条对话而不对抗、结伴而不结盟、共赢而非零和的新型安全之路。 为应对国际安全挑战贡献了中国的力量。在此，我愿意围绕落实这一倡议，与大家分享中国的主张，展望亚太安全合作的前景，就有关问题阐明中方的立场。女士们、先生们、朋友们，亚太地区是地区国家安身立命的共同家园。之所以能够保持长期的繁荣稳定，前提是有一个安全发展的良好环境。地区国家为此付出了巨大的努力，这个局面来之不易，但也要看到，当前亚太安全正面临前所未有的挑战，大家都在思考，谁在试图搅乱亚太，乱源祸源在哪里？我们要警惕什么？防范什么？这些问题关乎地区的安全稳定和命运前途。我们必须站在历史正确的一边，站在地区各国共同利益的一边，做出明智的选择。一是用相互尊重取代霸凌霸道。事实证明，霸权主义和强权政治的手伸向哪里，哪里就不得安宁，就会战乱丛生。中方认为，彼此尊重、平等相待，才能和睦相处。坚决反对把自己的意志强加于人，把自己的利益凌驾于人，把自己的安全建立在别人不安全之上。有的国家肆意插手他国的内政和地区事务，动辄单边制裁、武力胁迫，四处发动颜色革命和代理人战争，搞乱一个地区以后一走了之，留下一个烂摊子。我们绝不能让这样的事在亚太被复制。强调相互尊重，很重要的是尊重对方的战略自主和发展权。而霸权主义的最重要的表现，就是剥夺别人的战略自主和发展权。中方坚定维护东盟中心地位，支持东盟坚持战略自主，在相互尊重的基础上，携手实现地区合作安全、集体安全、共同安全。二是用公平正义超越丛林法则，国家不论大小、强弱、贫富，都是国际社会的平等一员。国际事务要由各国商量着办，而不能由一个或几个国家来发号施令。中国一贯倡导并致力于实现国际公平正义，坚定维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，坚定维护以国际法为基础的国际秩序，坚定维护以联合国宪章宗旨和原则为基础的国际关系准则，践行的是多边主义，追求的是互利共赢。有的国家对法治和规则合则用，不合则弃，拿家法帮规强加于人，甚至 用自己都没有参加的公约约束别人，其所谓的基于规则的国际秩序，从来不讲清楚是什么规则，谁制定的规则，采取的是例外主义、双重标准，维护的是少数国家的利益，遵循的是少数国家的规则。公平正义的发展环境是亚太国家共同利益所在。谁想在这里割韭菜、薅羊毛、搞弱肉强食那一套，都必将遭到各国的共同反对。三是用互信协商消弭对抗冲突。国与国之间存在分歧很正常，但对待分歧的态度有两种，一种是激化矛盾，火上浇油；一种是寻求共识，劝和促谈，谁是谁非，不言自明。中国在处理国际危机中始终做和平的维护者，无论在中东、朝鲜半岛，还是在乌克兰等问题上，都致力于推动局势降温，促进政治和解，发挥建设性的作用。反观有的国家在地区扩大军事基地，强化军事存在，推动军事竞赛，向无核国家转让核武器技术，其背后的形式逻辑无非是人为树敌，挑起对抗，拱火递刀，乱中取利的一贯套路。事实上，地区国家完全有智慧、有能力解决好矛盾分歧，加强对话沟通，促进团结合作，才是维护稳定的正确的选择。四是用开放、包容、防范阵营对抗。当前冷战思维卷土重来，极大地推高了亚太地区阵营对抗的安全风险。有的大国提出的所谓印太战略，中方认为，不管什么样的战略，都不能以意识形态划线，以所谓的假想威胁构建排他性的军事同盟，否则极易陷入自我实现的预言，试图推进亚太北约化，其本质就是绑架地区国家，渲染冲突对抗，只会让亚太陷入到撕裂、纷争和冲突的漩涡。历史已经证明，集团政治、分裂对抗不会带来真正的安全，只会加剧局势的紧张，破坏地区的稳定。今天的亚太需要的是开放包容的大合作，而不是拉帮结派的小圈子。我们不能忘却2次世界大战给各国人民带来的深重灾难，绝不能让这样的悲惨历史重演。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中国始终致力于实际行动，促进世界的和平发展。中国共产党团结带领全国人民，经过数代人的不懈努力，成功走出了中国式现代化的道路。这条道路一个鲜明的特色就是坚持和平发展，这是历经千辛万苦，基于实践得出的宝贵经验。中国取得今天的发展成就，靠的是10几亿人民的奋斗、勤劳与创新。 而不是通过侵略、扩张、掠夺获取的。我们无论走到哪里，都在搞建设、谋合作、促发展。这一点，世界有目共睹。大道之行，天下为公。中方愿意以各国携手同行、现代化之路，为世界稳定繁荣提供新的机遇。第一，中国式现代化为促进共同发展注入了强劲的动力。一个14亿多人口的大国，以和平的方式迈进现代化，必然为全人类的发展进步带来强大的动能。过去的10年，中国对世界经济增长平均贡献力达到38.6%，成为140多个国家和地区的主要贸易伙伴。去年以东盟贸易总值达到6.5万亿人民币，双方互为最大贸易伙伴。中国不仅自己彻底消除了绝对贫困，还积极帮助广大发展中国家脱贫。截止今年4月份，向120多个国家和国际组织提供超过24亿剂疫苗，向东盟国家提供超过6亿剂疫苗，共建“一带一路”成为深受欢迎的国际公共产品和国际合作平台，推动铁路跨境货物运输覆盖多国，帮助有的国家有了第一条铁路，有的国家境内运输不再绕道他国，有的国家居民喝上了24小时供应的饮用水，越来越多的国家因此而受益。中国将继续奉行互利共赢的开放战略，推进高水平的对外开放，让发展成果更好地惠及各国民众。第二，中国式现代化为维护世界和平做出重要贡献。中国将和平发展写进宪法，坚定奉行防御性国防政策，积极维护世界和地区安全。2008年至今，共派出44批139艘次军舰，为1500余批、7000余艘中外船舶护航。今年4月以来，我们派军舰从苏丹港撤离940名中国公民和230多名外国公民。多年来，中国累计派出维和人员5万余人次，在联合国安理会常任理事国中是人数最多的。以包括东盟在内的90多个国家、10多个国际和地区组织开展维和交流与合作，有16名中国官兵在维和行动中牺牲。此时此刻，有2000多人继续在7个任务区执行维和任务。我曾看到一位中国士兵在回忆维和任务时这样写过一句话：如果有人问我们为什么要到那么危险的地方去维和，请告诉他，因为我们要维护人类 文明的底线。这是一名中国士兵的朴素愿望，也是中国军队对世界的庄严承诺。第三，中国式现代化为完善全球治理发挥积极的作用。面对全球治理赤字，中国高举多边主义的旗帜，坚持共商、共建、共享的全球治理理念观。我们重视各国合理安全关切，致力于推动全球安全治理，始终伸张正义，主持公道，弥合分歧，维护团结。在乌克兰问题上，中国立足是非曲直，恪守公正客观，发布关于政治解决乌克兰危机的中国立场文件，派出中国政府亚欧事务特别代表赴有关国家进行沟通交流，不断寻求国际社会最大公约数。在阿富汗问题上，中国主动开展国际协调，召开或参加系列会议，发布中国立场文件，提供价值超过3.5亿人民币的人道主义援助，在不干涉内政基础上推动由乱及治。不久前，根据习近平主席同沙伊两国领导人达成的共识，沙特和伊朗在北京举行对话，签署恢复外交关系的联合声明，化干戈为玉帛，进而带动中东的和解潮。这是对话的胜利，和平的胜利。女士们、先生们、朋友们，亚太是全球经济发展最快、潜力最大、合作最活跃的地区。面对当前严峻复杂的国际安全形势，我们需要的是持续稳定的亚太，而不是动荡不宁的亚太。中方愿意以各方强化亚太命运共同体的意识，推动区域安全合作健康发展，努力建设开放、包容、透明、平等的地区安全合作架构，谋求更加美好的亚太安全前景。中方愿意以各方一道，打造更高水平的安全互信体系，以心相交，承其久远。中方呼吁各国加强战略沟通，增进相互了解，不断增信释义，对短期内可以解决的矛盾，各方应真诚沟通，相向而行，尽快解决；对暂时解决不了的矛盾，也要坦诚协商，管控分歧，逐步积累互信，以相互尊重、协商一致、照顾各方舒适度为重要原则的东盟方式，就是亚洲智慧的成功实践。中方将继续深化与各国军事交往，建立更加紧密的安全伙伴关系，以军队和国防部门的高层交往为引领，密切多层级人员的来往，推进各类直通热线建设，拓展沟通渠道，通过谈判协商和平解决海上问题、陆上边界问题，努力促进睦邻友好。中方愿意与各方一道，推进 更加公正的安全规则建设。亚太安全离不开良法善治，建设安全规则不能另起炉灶，推倒重来。各国应遵照联合国宪章宗旨和原则，对现行的规则进行补充完善，推动国际秩序朝着更加公正合理的方向发展。中国始终不忘联合国宪章初心，加入了几乎所有的普遍性政府间国际组织和500多项国际公约。我们将继续与东盟国家携手努力，加快推进南海行为准则的磋商，着眼管控风险和危机，推进海空安全磋商，严格执行并不断完善海上意外相遇规则，聚焦新兴领域的安全问题，商讨太空、网络、生物等方面的安全规则的制定，推动建设普遍接受、公正合理的安全规则体系。中方愿意以各方一道，构建更趋完善的多边安全机制。中国与50多个国家建立了防务安全磋商对话机制，在此基础上，将持续推动多边安全机制建设。我们继续支持亚洲相互协作与信任措施会议机制建设，推动上合组织成员国防务合作机制，修订有关制度规定，逐步完善专家组工作模式，积极参加东盟防长扩大会、东盟地区论坛、莫斯科国际安全会议、香格里拉对话会等多边安全对话和合作机制，常态化举行中国东盟防长非正式会晤。中方每年下半年举办北京香山论坛，为各国安全合作搭建交流平台。欢迎大家今年能来华参加。中方愿意以各方一道，开展更加注重实效的防务安全合作。为维护亚太安全，中国同各方开展了一系列务实合作。在东盟防长扩大会议机制下，积极主办或参加反恐、海上安全、人道主义救援、减灾等领域的联合演习和桌面推演，有效提升了地区国家应对非传统安全的能力。2002年以来，以60多个国家举行了近300场各类联合演习与训练。下一步，中方将继续参加东盟框架下的军事医学、扫雷、维和等领域的合作，与地区国家深化拓展双多边装备技术、军队院校、后勤保障、军事文化、军事气象、公共卫生等交流，参加中俄海上演练、上合组织和平使命、中检、金融、中新合作、中马泰越老检和平友谊等联演联训。也愿意应邀参加其他国家的联演联训，努力为地区国家军队建设提供力所能及的帮助，为国际社会提供更多的公共安全产品。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中华民族5000多年来始终崇尚以和为贵。新中国成立70多年来，从未主动挑起一次冲突，从未侵占别国一寸土地，从未发动过一场代理人战争。 是全世界和平记录最好的大国。我们坚持走和平发展道路，但绝不会放弃维护自身正当的权益，更不会牺牲国家的核心利益。中国有一首广为传唱的歌曲，歌词写道：“朋友来了有好酒，豺狼来了有猎枪。”这体现了中国人民厚道友善、不畏强权的民族性格。下面我就相关问题重申中方的立场。关于台湾问题，这是中国核心利益中的核心。台湾问题是中国内政，这条前提不容置疑。台湾是中国的台湾，怎样解决台湾问题是中国人自己的事，不容任何外部势力插手干涉。事实上，100多个国家同中国建交的政治前提，就是坚持一个中国。一个中国的原则已成为公认的国际关系基本准则。开罗宣言、波茨坦公告、白纸黑字写明，台湾回归中国是2战后的国际秩序的组成部分，两岸同属一个中国，这是毋庸置疑的事实。任何虚化掏空一个中国的原则，仅仅都是荒谬和危险的。是谁在破坏台海的稳定？这个事实众所周知。台湾民进党当局拒不承认9·2共识，不断推进渐进式台独，大搞去中国化，妄图裹挟民意。有的大国频繁对台军售，协训台军，升级官方来往，所作所为严重违背了自身的承诺。世人看得很清楚，民进党当局挟洋谋外部势力以台制华，干涉中国内政，才是造成台海局势紧张的根源，也是改变台海现状的最大麻烦的制造者。中方再次正告，台独分裂活动越猖獗，受到的反制就会越坚决，一切外部干涉势力都将以失败而告终。中国统一是历史大事，这一进程不可阻挡。台湾问题因民族作乱而产生，必将随着民族的复兴而终结。中国必须统一，也必然统一，这是人心所向，大势所趋。我们愿意以最大的诚意，尽最大的努力，争取和平统一，但绝不承诺放弃使用武力。如果有人胆敢把台湾从中国分裂出去，中国军队不会有丝毫迟疑，不畏惧任何对手。不管付出多大代价，都将坚决维护国家的主权和领土完整。关于南海问题，在地区国家的共同努力下，南海局势总体稳定，交流合作日益深入。这种趋稳向好的局面不容破坏。现在每年有数万艘各国船只在南海通行，经此运往全球的货物总价值达到3.5万亿美元。没有听说哪艘船通行受到阻碍，安全受到威胁，反倒是一些域外国家以航行自由之名，行航行霸权之实，想把南海搅浑，从中牟利。需要我们高度警惕，坚决抵制。域内国家团结的氛围需要珍惜。中国与东盟地缘相近，血缘相亲，人文相通，各国人民情同手足，邻里之间有分歧很正常，大家也正在沟通协商，妥善解决。但有的域外国家在背后挑拨离间，对此我们要分清利害，保持清醒。地区合作和平的前景令人期待。只有加强务实合作，扩大 共同利益，才能更好地实现双赢多赢。中方愿意携手地区国家，着眼大局和长远，全面落实南海各方行为宣言，积极推进南海行为准则的磋商，共同将南海建成为和平之海、友谊之海、发展之海。关于中美关系，这事关全球的战略稳定，也是各国普遍关注的焦点。中方认为，中美双方应不负期待，顺应时代潮流。中美关系的意义早已超出双边，影响全球。国际社会普遍希望中美关系健康稳定发展，担忧发生冲突对抗。不可否认的是，如果中美发生激烈的冲突对抗，那将是世界不可承受之痛。中方认为，大国应该有大国的样子，不能为一时之事挑起阵营对抗，而应顾全大局，以交流合作化解分歧，回应各国的期待，应不忘历史，吸取经验教训。中美制度不同，差异很大，但并不妨碍双方求同存异，发展双边关系，也不妨碍双方基于共同利益深化合作。历史一再证明，中美和两地都俱伤。中方一直寻求以美建立新型的大国关系，但这需要美方拿出诚意，言行一致，以实际行动与中方相向而行，推动两国两军关系止跌企稳，因不惧困难，找到相处之道。这几年，中美关系徘徊在建交后的低谷，造成这种困难局面的缘由，大家都很清楚。世界足够的宽阔，完全可以容纳包括中美在内的地区各国共同发展。相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢三条原则，才是中美两国正确的相处之道。去年11月，习近平主席同拜登总统在巴厘岛成功会晤，达成了重要的共识，希望美方与中方一道落实好两国元首达成的共识，共同推动中美关系走出困境，重回正轨，更好地造福两国和世界。女士们、先生们、朋友们，人类的梦想是相通的，各国人民同中国人民一样，都在追求自己的香格里拉。道阻且长，行则将至。我们应携起手来，构建亚太命运共同体，维护地区稳定与繁荣发展，共同建设更加美好的亚太。谢谢大家。
With that, I conclude my speech. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, General, for that very comprehensive statement of China's approach to the Indo-Pacific. I note that you said that the People's Republic of China will seek to complement and refine existing rules consistent with the UN Charter, and the definition of complementarity and refinement of those rules will no doubt require transparent dialogue and negotiation to ensure full legal interoperability with the principles of the UN Charter to which the PRC is so publicly committed. May I remind everybody that this is the first statement that the Defense Minister of China has made to an international audience. It will be also the first occasion in which he takes any questions in public. And our approach will be that I will take 4 or 5 crisp questions and comments from the audience, and then invite the General maybe to respond in 2 or 3 minutes, and then return for another round of perhaps up to 6 questions. We have 44 people who have sought the floor, so I will have to be emotionally intelligent in my distribution of offers, and I offer the first to Mayor Noens from the Netherlands and also from the IISS.
Thank you, John, and thank you, General. It is wonderful to see you here and very important that you are here as well to present China's perspective on regional security. A report emerged yesterday that a Chinese naval vessel carried out an aggressive maneuver resulting in a near collision when it changed direction and came within 150 yards of a U.S.-American destroyer transiting through the Taiwan Strait, where foreign, including military vessels and aircraft, have the right of passage under UNCLOS. I would be grateful if you could please explain how this type of behavior supports China's desire for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and the wider region, and if you could also please explain why the PRC continues to refuse the United States' requests to engage in military-to-military communication and establish crisis communications, which seem incredibly important at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And from the United States, Bonnie Glaser.
Thank you, John. Well, my question was similar. I wanted to point out also what took place in the Taiwan Strait yesterday. I also wanted to note that the dangerous maneuver was not only unprofessional, it was in contravention of the Convention on the International Regulations for Preventing Collisions at Sea, which is one of the more than 500 conventions that China has joined, which General Lee has mentioned. I think a collision clearly would put lives at risk. It would cause a major crisis that could escalate to a broader conflict. So I would also like to hear General Lee explain how such an accident would advance Chinese interests were it to take place. And isn't it necessary to resume the military maritime consultative agreement and other mechanisms of dialogue between the United States and China? You called for enhancing dialogue and strategic communication. Does that include dialogue with the United States military and the defense officials? Thank you.
Thank you. And from the Philippines, J. Tristan Tariella.
Good morning. You mentioned China wants to promote dialogue over confrontation. So my question is about the apparent disconnect between China's words and actions related to its maritime interaction with the Philippines and perhaps with others in the region. For example, when President Marcos and President Xi met in Beijing, they agreed to manage differences through peaceful means and to promote freedom of navigation and overflight above South China Sea and reach consensus on the powerful resolution of disputes on the basis of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. But in the same month, Filipino fishermen were simply fishing in Philippines' exclusive economic zone were harassed and driven away by China Coast Guard in violation of international law. The following month, your Coast Guard directed a military-grade laser into the Philippine Coast Guard vessel inside the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. So while China is talking about dialogue, China's actions show confrontation. Thus, my question is, why is there a big difference between China's words and its actions? Thank you.
And finally, before we return to the General, one more question and a reminder that we will come back for another 4 or 5 questions afterwards. The next from Vietnam, Wang Tai Ha.
Thank you. Generally, you meant and highlights the importance of equity and justice throughout your speech. I would like to know how you see justice and equity be applied in the South China Sea disputes, where China has competing maritime and territorial claims with Southeast Asian countries. And to borrow the questions that you eloquently raised in your speech, what are the rules and who make the rules? I would like to add, are these rules, are they or are they not anchored in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea?
Thank you very much. If you might take 2 to 3 minutes, General, to answer those 5 questions, and then we'll come back. A couple of them are similar.
关于荷兰
Thank you.
专家
First,
和美国专家问的问题。
to the response to the questions raised by the scholars from Netherlands and the United States, and also the other scholars, I think there are similarities.
我刚才在讲话当中也讲，我们都完全要遵守联合国海
I
洋
said in
公
my
约
speech that we
这个是
must
我们
observe
必须遵
the
守。
UNCLOS. That is, of course,
自由航
must.
行、无害通过
Freedom of
都不会有
navigation,
任何问题。
innocent passage, we have not seen
关键
any
是我们要
problem with that.
防止假借
key now
自由航行实行
Is that
航
we
行
must
霸权的
prevent
行为。
attempts that want to
我们
use
中方
freedom of
经
navigation
常
and
会
innocent
遇
passage
到，就是
as a
我是
pretext
国防部
to
长，
exercise
几乎每
hegemony of
天
navigation.
都有这样
As
的
defense
信息。
minister, every day
就在
I
我
see a lot
们
of
临海临
information
空附近，不断的有
about
国外的军机和军舰，
foreign
它不是通过，
vessels and fighter jets
它是在那里转悠。
coming to areas
我觉
near
得
our
这种
territory.
做法是完全
They
违
are not
背
here for
公约
innocent
的。
passage.
我们既然
They're
说
here
要
for
遵守
provocation.
联合国海洋法公约，那么我
So
们就
we
要
have
真正
to
的
observe, if
理
order
解
to
透
truly observe
海洋法公约的
UNCLOS,
内
we
涵，
have to fully understand
自觉
the
的
essence
遵守
of this
这个
convention
海洋法公约
and abide
规定
by
的行为准则。
the code.
那么这大家也都
stipulated
很关
in this
心
convention.
南海问题啊，
I
南海问
find
题
a lot of interest
我
in
们
South
中
China
方
Sea.
就是秉着
And on this
按
issue,
照南海各方宣言
for China, we
来推进
operate
南海
under the
行为
Declaration
准
on
则
the
的磋
conduct
商
of。parties in the South China Sea
刚
and
才专家
promote
问我们
negotiations
是什么
on
规则？
and consultations
就是这
on
些
code
规
of
则。
conduct.
我们
asked about the
从
rules.
不另起炉灶
What are the rules we
我
all
们
abide
的
by?
原则
These are the
就是
rules we abide
协商一致啊，
And
大家
the
来
principle we
制定
uphold is consensus.
约束行为的
We discuss
行为准
together
则。
to work out
呃
code of conduct.
我这样的回答
that
不知道大
applies
家
to
满不
all
满意哈？
stakeholders. I wonder if that
时间到了。
meets. I wonder if that is adequate response to your questions.
I think that's right. I think people might like a comment if you're able to offer it on
我还有一
what
个问
happened
题，
yesterday,
我
perhaps.
想再回答一下，就是关于中美之间双方的交流和对话
About。the interactions between
中美
China and
两
the
国
United
两
States.
军的交流对话，中方是持开放
China
态
is
度。
open to communication between our two
到目前为
countries
止，
and also between
中
our
美
two
两国和
militaries.
两军
So
在
far,
相关
our
层级的
two
交流
countries and
的
two
渠道
militaries
也是畅通的。
have smooth communications
中方
about channels
对交流
at different levels.
对话是有原则的，
But we have
我们
our principles
就是希望
communication.
这种对话交流应该
We
是
hope
相互
Our
尊重，
exchanges, cooperation
这
will
是
be
最
based
起
on
码的一
mutual
条原
respect.
则。
That is
如
a
果
fundamental
相互
principle.
尊重都达不到，
If we
交流对话
do not
不会
even
有好
have
的效果。
mutual respect,
我们希
then
望
our
就是在
communication will not
相互
produce-
尊重
will not be
尊重
productive.
平等的基础上进
Mutual
行
respect and
交流对话。
equality should be the foundation for our communications.
I'll take another 5 questions. Thank you, General, from the floor. François Hesbourg from France.
Thank you, John. During the Revolution of 1848, during which Karl Marx wrote the manifesto of the Communist Party, one of the participants in the revolutionary events at the time was quoted as saying, "Und willst du nicht mein Bruder sein, so schlag ich dir den Schädel ein." In English, that translates as, "If you don't want to be my brother, I'll knock in your skull." This was obviously not win-win language. Beyond your reminder that China does not renounce the use of force in dealing with the Taiwan situation, what is the Chinese Communist Party, the body to which the People's Liberation Army answers, what is the CCP ready to do to convince the inhabitants of Taiwan that your intentions are brotherly in a way which is different from that of the revolutionaries of 1848?
Thank you very much. It's a lesson in applied history, I think some academics like to term that. Tim Huxley, the former executive director of ISS Asia, who worked with us for a long time in the early years of establishing the Shangri-La Dialogue. Tim.
Thank you very much, John. General Lee, thank you for your speech. My question concerns the military implications of the war in Ukraine. General, I wonder if you could please say something about whether it's possible to draw any lessons in areas such as doctrine, leadership, operational and tactical conduct, logistics, military organization, and also equipment and training from the war in Ukraine. One possible lesson, of course, concerns the balance between the offense and the defense. Is it perhaps, in Zhou Enlai's words, too early to say, or are some ramifications of the Ukraine war already becoming apparent? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. And from France, Lebanon, and also the IISS, Emil Hokayem.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your remarks, General Lee. You mentioned the key role of China in facilitating the agreement between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was a remarkable diplomatic moment. Does the fact that China facilitated this agreement mean that China is also taking responsibility for its implementation? Linked to that, could you please tell us more about China's defense relations in the Gulf region, including potential arms sales and defense cooperation, particularly with Iran? Is China interested in playing a bigger role in Gulf security? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. And I might say that the International Institute for Strategic Studies since 2004 has run a sister dialogue, as it were, in the Kingdom of Bahrain that brings together all the relevant actors there, and we look forward to China's participation in that. From Myanmar, Ki Sin.
Thank you, General, for your speech. Just 4 days before the Shangri-La Dialogue, Major General Yang Yan, the Acting Director General of the Intelligence Bureau of Myanmar's China CMC, visited Myanmar military and met the junta chief. So there were concerns about China sharing military intelligence with junta to assist their military campaign against the pro-democracy groups in Myanmar. What is the purpose of the meeting? And that's my first question. And another question is, what is the extent of military cooperation between China and Myanmar military junta? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might take two more because I think we have that time. From Australia, Michael Fulilove.
Thank you, John. General, as a professional military officer, how do you account for the deeply unimpressive performance of the Russian military in Ukraine? Has this changed your perceptions of Russia's strength and reliability as a partner for China?
And finally, from the IISS, but also Indonesia, Evan Laxmana.
Thank you, John, and thank you, General. As part of the GSI that you led the speech with, are there plans to improve the quality and the frequency of China's military diplomacy in Southeast Asia? In particular, are we expecting to see more PLA officers studying at Southeast Asian Staff and Command colleges, more complex joint exercises, and perhaps even defense-industrial collaboration in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, General, you have another 3 minutes to address those 6 or 7 questions. I hope you see that we have a very diverse and international gathering here and lots of perspectives from different parts of the world in which China is engaged. So please, sir.
非常感谢大家提的问题。
Thank you very much.
我首先回答一下关于第二个和
First of all,
第五
I
个，
want to respond to the second and the
关
fifth
于
questions
乌克兰的问题。
regarding Ukraine.
因为我现在主要还是这个 重点还是在这个军事外交方面。那么属于这个作战军事这方面的研究，我做的不多。我要回答这个问题，我还不能从这个方面来进行专业的回答。我只能说，从我这个角度，我们主要是致力于劝和促谈。在这方面做工作，尽可能的，就是斡旋各方都能够在劝和促谈上贡献力量啊，尽早的以政治的方式、和平的方式解决乌克兰的危机。关于沙伊关系的问题哈，就中方促使这个沙伊和解哈这个问题。那么刚才问到我们中方是不是会有做更多的工作？当然了，我们中方会尽我们自己力量来这个做更多的促进这个和平友好发展的这个工作。但是呢，我也想这个讲，就是大家对中方可能有很多的期盼啊，就是期盼中方能做更多的在中东做更多的这方面的工作。我们完全理解啊。但是我想说呢，就是这个中东的工作，就是包括沙伊，更多要靠当事方和地区的国家共同努力，才能够真正的促使地区的和平、安全稳定，实现地区和平安全稳定啊。就是关于印尼的专家问的全球安全倡议啊，就是我们提的全球安全倡议，会不会在我们中国军队会不会在东南亚有更多的这个交流？我可以很坦率的跟大家讲，我参加香会这2天的时间，我和11个国家的防长和相应的这个官员进行了非常友好的交流，大家都有一个非常这个重要的共识，就是两军啊应该进行更多的交流，更深的交流，更广泛的交流。这样秉着这一条共识，我们会和这个东南亚的，就是各国的军队啊。进行更多的交流和合作。我们的目的是促进这个地区的和平、稳定和安全。最后我还是想回应一下这个台湾问题。台湾问题，我们的立场非常清楚。不管你是从哪个角度去看问题，不管你是从哪一个角度去分析台湾是中国不可分割的这个一部分。我们中国政府和中国军队绝对不会允许发生这个祖国分裂的这样的一些事件。那么当前啊，尤其是不允许发生台独啊，不允许台独势力和外部干涉势力将台湾从中国分裂出去。这是必须的当然，刚才这个专家提到的，就是说，如果不是兄弟，我就打你的头。我还真没有听到，我真没有看到《共产党宣言》里面有这么一句话。我回去好好再读一读。
If you are not my brother, then I will knock your skull. Well, I need to maybe read more about that in history books. I did not see that in.
Thank you very much, General. Just before we close, we have perhaps 30 seconds more. There were 1 or 2 questions on the floor about maneuvers that took place recently at sea and in the air, where perhaps Chinese vessels and Chinese aircraft are thought to have come too close to others operating in international waters or in international airspace. Do you have a point on that, please?
这个我们和很多国家相关的一些国家都制定的有海空相遇的这个规则啊，这些呢也是为了这个在相遇的时候呢，发生不必要的这样的一些危险。 但是我要这个反问一下的就是，刚才大家提到的这些问题，为什么它都是发生在中国领空和领海附近，而不是发生在其他国家的领空和领海附近？那就是我们中国的这个军机和军舰，从来都不会到这个其他国家领空和领海附近去做所谓的航行霸权啊。所以要我说的话，就是要真正的要避免这些。除了我们制定这样的规则，这些规则都是不得已而为之的。我们要制定这样的规则。最好的办法就是我们各国，特别是各国的军机和军舰，都不要到别的国家领海和领空附近去转悠。去转悠干什么呢？跟你的利益有什么直接的关系呢？用我们的话来说，就是管好你自己的人，管好你自己的军舰，管好你自己的飞机。你在你的国家的领空领海附近飞，保卫自己国家领空领海，保卫自己国家的安全，不会有任何问题。我希望是这样啊。
If that is the case, then I don't think there will be future problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Well, delegates, this is the first time in 24 hours that I've ended a session 1 minute late, but I think we added certainly 1 minute of value, if not more. Thank you, General, for choosing the Shangri-La Dialogue to make your first international public statement and for making your first... yeah.
我还想借这个机会表达一层意思哈，我希望跟各位专家做更深入的交流，因为这样回答问题时间太短，就是没法进行很深入的交流。我是希望和各位专家有时间啊，就安全问题、就发展问题等等哈，做更深入的交流。这样呢，我们可以更清楚的了解各国各方的观点和立场。同时呢，大家也可以更多、更好的了解中方的观点和立场。谢谢。
Well, thank you very much, General. You've again publicly endorsed the value of a dialogue of this kind. I will ask the audience to do two things, please. First, stay in your seats because we will move briskly to the next plenary session. I would like to recognize in the hall the Prime Minister of Estonia and also the President of Timor-Leste, both of whom, with the Defense Minister of Germany, will shortly be mic'd up and take the stage. So do stay in the room because our second plenary will be as dazzling as the first. And I would like you now secondarily, but importantly, to thank the General for his presence here at the Shangri-La Dialogue and his conversation with us. Thank you.
This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8:30 exactly in the morning in Singapore. For our international delegates here, please forget what time it might be in your home country. It's 8:30 in the morning in Singapore, and we are ready to open day 2 of the 20th IISS Shangri-La Dialogue. Let me begin by thanking the President of the Republic of Singapore for the excellent dinner organized by RSIS that was offered to ministers and delegation leaders last night at the Istana. We opened the 20th IISS Shangri-La Dialogue with a keynote address by Prime Minister yesterday, and you will recall that Secretary of Defense Austin gave a major statement on the United States leadership in the Indo-Pacific. This morning we are delighted to be able to receive General Li Shangfu, State Councilor and Minister of National Defense of China, to deliver an address in our 5th plenary session on China's new security initiatives. He and I had a meeting on Friday for about an hour and 20 minutes and discussed a number of issues that would be raised at this dialogue. And without revealing the secrets of our private conversation, I think I'm entitled to say that the General said to me that China values the Shangri-La Dialogue as a place at which a number of important conversations can take place, and importantly, where China has a platform to speak to an international audience on its thoughts of Indo-Pacific strategy. So we are delighted that we are able to offer that platform to General Li Shangfu, and I invite him now to take the floor and that podium and deliver the address to the 5th plenary session. Thank you, sir.
Dear Dr. Chapman, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it gives me great pleasure to attend the 20th Shangri-La Dialogue. I want to first thank Dr. Chapman and the IISS for your invitation. My thanks also go to the government and Ministry of Defense of Singapore for your great hospitality. In China, we have a city called Shangri-La in Yunnan province, and a small town also called Shangri-La in Sichuan province. Shangri-La is synonymous with the utopia of purity, beauty, harmony, and here we are at the Shangri-La Hotel. Though we are from different parts of the world, I believe we are all here to work for peace and development, and for the well-being of people in the Asia-Pacific. Today, if we look around, we see sluggish global economic recovery, resurging Cold War mentality, rising regional conflict, and security threats emerging one after another. Our world is far from tranquil, and people across the countries long for peace, development, and cooperation.
习近平主席
President Xi
提
Jinping
出
has
全
proposed
球
the
安
Global
全倡议，
Security Initiative,
倡导
GSI,
共
and
同
he calls for
综合
promoting
合作
comprehensive,
可持续
cooperative,
的
and
安全观，
sustainable security,
走开一条
and
对话
exploring
而不对
a
抗
new path to security
结伴
featuring
而
dialogue
不结
over
盟
confrontation,
共赢
partnership
而非
over
零和
alliance, and
的
win-win
新型
over this
安全之路
zero-sum.
为应对国际安全挑战贡献了中国的力量。在此，我愿意围绕落实这一倡议，与大家分享中国的主张，展望亚太安全合作的前景，就有关问题阐明中方的立场。女士们、先生们、朋友们，亚太地区是地区国家安身立命的共同家园。之所以能够保持长期的繁荣稳定，前提是有一个安全发展的良好环境。地区国家为此付出了巨大的努力，这个局面来之不易，但也要看到，当前亚太安全正面临前所未有的挑战，大家都在思考，谁在试图搅乱亚太，乱源祸源在哪里？我们要警惕什么？防范什么？这些问题关乎地区的安全稳定和命运前途。我们必须站在历史正确的一边，站在地区各国共同利益的一边，做出明智的选择。一是用相互尊重取代霸凌霸道。事实证明，霸权主义和强权政治的手伸向哪里，哪里就不得安宁，就会战乱丛生。中方认为，彼此尊重、平等相待，才能和睦相处。坚决反对把自己的意志强加于人，把自己的利益凌驾于人，把自己的安全建立在别人不安全之上。有的国家肆意插手他国的内政和地区事务，动辄单边制裁、武力胁迫，四处发动颜色革命和代理人战争，搞乱一个地区以后一走了之，留下一个烂摊子。我们绝不能让这样的事在亚太被复制。强调相互尊重，很重要的是尊重对方的战略自主和发展权。而霸权主义的最重要的表现，就是剥夺别人的战略自主和发展权。中方坚定维护东盟中心地位，支持东盟坚持战略自主，在相互尊重的基础上，携手实现地区合作安全、集体安全、共同安全。二是用公平正义超越丛林法则，国家不论大小、强弱、贫富，都是国际社会的平等一员。国际事务要由各国商量着办，而不能由一个或几个国家来发号施令。中国一贯倡导并致力于实现国际公平正义，坚定维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，坚定维护以国际法为基础的国际秩序，坚定维护以联合国宪章宗旨和原则为基础的国际关系准则，践行的是多边主义，追求的是互利共赢。有的国家对法治和规则合则用，不合则弃，拿家法帮规强加于人，甚至 用自己都没有参加的公约约束别人，其所谓的基于规则的国际秩序，从来不讲清楚是什么规则，谁制定的规则，采取的是例外主义、双重标准，维护的是少数国家的利益，遵循的是少数国家的规则。公平正义的发展环境是亚太国家共同利益所在。谁想在这里割韭菜、薅羊毛、搞弱肉强食那一套，都必将遭到各国的共同反对。三是用互信协商消弭对抗冲突。国与国之间存在分歧很正常，但对待分歧的态度有两种，一种是激化矛盾，火上浇油；一种是寻求共识，劝和促谈，谁是谁非，不言自明。中国在处理国际危机中始终做和平的维护者，无论在中东、朝鲜半岛，还是在乌克兰等问题上，都致力于推动局势降温，促进政治和解，发挥建设性的作用。反观有的国家在地区扩大军事基地，强化军事存在，推动军事竞赛，向无核国家转让核武器技术，其背后的行事逻辑无非是人为树敌，挑起对抗，拱火递刀，乱中取利的一贯套路。事实上，地区国家完全有智慧、有能力解决好矛盾分歧，加强对话沟通，促进团结合作，才是维护稳定的正确的选择。四是用开放、包容、防范阵营对抗。当前冷战思维卷土重来，极大地推高了亚太地区阵营对抗的安全风险。有的大国提出的所谓印太战略，中方认为，不管什么样的战略，都不能以意识形态划线，以所谓的假想威胁构建排他性的军事同盟，否则极易陷入自我实现的预言，试图推进亚太北约化，其本质就是绑架地区国家，渲染冲突对抗，只会让亚太陷入到撕裂、纷争和冲突的漩涡。历史已经证明，集团政治、分裂对抗不会带来真正的安全，只会加剧局势的紧张，破坏地区的稳定。今天的亚太需要的是开放包容的大合作，而不是拉帮结派的小圈子。我们不能忘却2次世界大战给各国人民带来的深重灾难，绝不能让这样的悲惨历史重演。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中国始终致力于实际行动，促进世界的和平发展。中国共产党团结带领全国人民，经过数代人的不懈努力，成功走出了中国式现代化的道路。这条道路一个鲜明的特色就是坚持和平发展，这是历经千辛万苦、基于实践得出的宝贵经验。中国取得今天的发展成就，靠的是10几亿人民的奋斗、勤劳与创新。 而不是通过侵略、扩张、掠夺获取的。我们无论走到哪里，都在搞建设、谋合作、促发展。这一点，世界有目共睹。大道之行，天下为公。中方愿意以各国携手同行、现代化之路，为世界稳定繁荣提供新的机遇。第一，中国式现代化为促进共同发展注入了强劲的动力。一个14亿多人口的大国，以和平的方式迈进现代化，必然为全人类的发展进步带来强大的动能。过去的10年，中国对世界经济增长平均贡献力达到38.6%，成为140多个国家和地区的主要贸易伙伴。去年以东盟贸易总值达到6.5万亿人民币，双方互为最大贸易伙伴。中国不仅自己彻底消除了绝对贫困，还积极帮助广大发展中国家脱贫。截止今年4月份，向120多个国家和国际组织提供超过24亿剂疫苗，向东盟国家提供超过6亿剂疫苗，共建“一带一路”成为深受欢迎的国际公共产品和国际合作平台，推动铁路跨境货物运输覆盖多国，帮助有的国家有了第一条铁路，有的国家境内运输不再绕道插国，有的国家居民喝上了24小时供应的饮用水，越来越多的国家因此而受益。中国将继续奉行互利共赢的开放战略，推进高水平的对外开放，让发展成果更好地惠及各国民众。第二，中国式现代化为维护世界和平做出重要贡献。中国将和平发展写进宪法，坚定奉行防御性国防政策，积极维护世界和地区安全。2008年至今，共派出44批139艘次军舰，为1500余批、7000余艘中外船舶护航。今年4月以来，我们派军舰从苏丹港撤离940名中国公民和230多名外国公民。多年来，中国累计派出维和人员5万余人次，在联合国安理会常任理事国中是人数最多的，以包括东盟在内的90多个国家、10多个国际和地区组织开展维和交流与合作，有16名中国官兵在维和行动中牺牲。此时此刻，有2000多人继续在7个任务区执行维和任务。我曾看到一位中国士兵在回忆维和任务时这样写过一句话：如果有人问我们为什么要到那么危险的地方去维和，请告诉他，因为我们要维护人类 文明的底线。这是一名中国士兵的朴素愿望，也是中国军队对世界的庄严承诺。第三，中国式现代化为完善全球治理发挥积极的作用。面对全球治理赤字，中国高举多边主义的旗帜，坚持共商、共建、共享的全球治理理念观。我们重视各国合理安全关切，致力于推动全球安全治理，始终伸张正义，主持公道，弥合分歧，维护团结。在乌克兰问题上，中国立足是非曲直，恪守公正客观，发布关于政治解决乌克兰危机的中国立场文件，派出中国政府亚欧事务特别代表赴有关国家进行沟通交流，不断寻求国际社会最大公约数。在阿富汗问题上，中国主动开展国际协调，召开或参加系列会议，发布中国立场文件，提供价值超过3.5亿人民币的人道主义援助，在不干涉内政基础上推动由乱及治。不久前，根据习近平主席同沙伊两国领导人达成的共识，沙特和伊朗在北京举行对话，签署恢复外交关系的联合声明，化干戈为玉帛，进而带动中东的和解潮。这是对话的胜利，和平的胜利。女士们、先生们、朋友们，亚太是全球经济发展最快、潜力最大、合作最活跃的地区。面对当前严峻复杂的国际安全形势，我们需要的是持续稳定的亚太，而不是动荡不宁的亚太。中方愿意以各方强化亚太命运共同体的意识，推动区域安全合作健康发展，努力建设开放、包容、透明、平等的地区安全合作架构，谋求更加美好的亚太安全前景。中方愿意以各方一道，打造更高水平的安全互信体系，以心相交，成其久远。中方呼吁各国加强战略沟通，增进相互了解，不断增信释义。对短期内可以解决的矛盾，各方应真诚沟通，相向而行，尽快解决。对暂时解决不了的矛盾，也要坦诚协商，管控分歧，逐步积累互信，以相互尊重、协商一致、照顾各方舒适度为重要原则的东盟方式，就是亚洲智慧的成功实践。中方将继续深化与各国军事交往，建立更加紧密的安全伙伴关系，以军队和国防部门的高层交往为引领，密切多层级人员的来往，推进各类直通热线建设，拓展沟通渠道，通过谈判协商和平解决海上问题、陆上边界问题，努力促进睦邻友好。中方愿意与各方一道，推进 更加公正的安全规则建设。亚太安全离不开良法善治，建设安全规则不能另起炉灶，推倒重来。各国应遵照联合国宪章宗旨和原则，对现行的规则进行补充完善，推动国际秩序朝着更加公正合理的方向发展。中国始终不忘联合国宪章初心，加入了几乎所有的普遍性政府间国际组织和500多项国际公约。我们将继续与东盟国家携手努力，加快推进南海行为准则的磋商，着眼管控风险和危机，推进海空安全磋商，严格执行并不断完善海上意外相遇规则，聚焦新兴领域的安全问题，商讨太空、网络、生物等方面的安全规则的制定，推动建设普遍接受、公正合理的安全规则体系。中方愿意与各方一道，构建更趋完善的多边安全机制。中国与50多个国家建立了防务安全磋商对话机制，在此基础上，将持续推动多边安全机制建设。我们继续支持亚洲相互协作与信任措施会议机制建设，推动上合组织成员国防务合作机制，修订有关制度规定，逐步完善专家组工作模式，积极参加东盟防长扩大会、东盟地区论坛、莫斯科国际安全会议、香格里拉对话会等多边安全对话和合作机制，常态化举行中国东盟防长非正式会晤。中方每年下半年举办北京香山论坛，为各国安全合作搭建交流平台，欢迎大家今年能来华参加。中方愿意与各方一道，开展更加注重实效的防务安全合作。为维护亚太安全，中国同各方开展了一系列务实合作，在东盟防长扩大会议机制下，积极主办或参加反恐、海上安全、人道主义救援、减灾等领域的联合演习和桌面推演，有效提升了地区国家应对非传统安全的能力。2002年以来，以60多个国家举行了近300场各类联合演习与训练。下一步，中方将继续参加东盟框架下的军事医学、扫雷、维和等领域的合作，以地区国家深化拓展双多边装备技术、军队院校、后勤保障、军事文化、军事气象、公共卫生等交流，参加中俄海上演练、上合组织和平使命、中检、金融、中新合作、中马泰越老检和平友谊等联演联训。也愿意应邀参加其他国家的联演联训，努力为地区国家军队建设提供力所能及的帮助，为国际社会提供更多的公共安全产品。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中华民族5000多年来始终崇尚以和为贵。新中国成立70多年来，从未主动挑起一次冲突，从未侵占别国一寸土地，从未发动过一场代理人战争， 是全世界和平记录最好的大国。我们坚持走和平发展道路，但绝不会放弃维护自身正当的权益，更不会牺牲国家的核心利益。中国有一首广为传唱的歌曲，歌词写道：“朋友来了有好酒，豺狼来了有猎枪。”这体现了中国人民厚道友善、不畏强权的民族性格。下面我就相关问题重申中方的立场。关于台湾问题，这是中国核心利益中的核心。台湾问题是中国内政，这条前提不容置疑。台湾是中国的台湾，怎样解决台湾问题是中国人自己的事，不容任何外部势力插手干涉。事实上，100多个国家同中国建交的政治前提，就是坚持一个中国。一个中国的原则已成为公认的国际关系基本准则。开罗宣言、波茨坦公告、白纸黑字写明，台湾回归中国是2战后的国际秩序的组成部分，两岸同属一个中国，这是毋庸置疑的事实。任何虚化掏空一个中国的原则，仅仅都是荒谬和危险。是谁在破坏台海的稳定？这个事实众所周知。台湾民进党当局拒不承认9·2共识，不断推进渐进式台独，大搞去中国化，妄图裹挟民意。有的大国频繁对台军售，协训台军，升级官方来往，所作所为严重违背了自身的承诺。世人看得很清楚，民进党当局挟洋谋独，外部势力以台制华，干涉中国内政，才是造成台海局势紧张的根源，也是改变台海现状的最大麻烦的制造者。中方再次正告，台独分裂活动越猖獗，受到的反制就会越坚决。一切外部干涉势力都将以失败而告终。中国统一是历史大事，这一进程不可阻挡。台湾问题因民族弱乱而产生，必将随着民族的复兴而终结。中国必须统一，也必然统一，这是人心所向，大势所趋。我们愿意以最大的诚意，尽最大的努力，争取和平统一，但绝不承诺放弃使用武力。如果有人胆敢把台湾从中国分裂出去，中国军队不会有丝毫迟疑，不畏惧任何对手。不管付出多大代价，都将坚决维护国家的主权和领土完整。关于南海问题，在地区国家的共同努力下，南海局势总体稳定，交流合作日益深入。这种趋稳向好的局面不容破坏。现在每年有数万艘各国船只在南海通行，经此运往全球的货物总价值达到3.5万亿美元。没有听说哪艘船通行受到阻碍，安全受到威胁，反倒是一些域外国家以航行自由之名，行航行霸权之实，想把南海搅浑，从中牟利。需要我们高度警惕，坚决抵制。域内国家团结的氛围需要珍惜。中国与东盟地缘相近，血缘相亲，人文相通，各国人民情同手足，邻里之间有分歧很正常，大家也正在沟通协商，妥善解决。但有的域外国家在背后挑拨离间，对此我们要分清利害，保持清醒。地区合作和平的前景令人期待。只有加强务实合作，扩大 共同利益，才能更好地实现双赢多赢。中方愿意携手地区国家，着眼大局和长远，全面落实南海各方行为宣言，积极推进南海行为准则的磋商，共同将南海建成为和平之海、友谊之海、发展之海。关于中美关系，这事关全球的战略稳定，也是各国普遍关注的焦点。中方认为，中美双方应不负期待，顺应时代潮流。中美关系的意义早已超出双边，影响全球。国际社会普遍希望中美关系健康稳定发展，担忧发生冲突对抗。不可否认的是，如果中美发生激烈的冲突对抗，那将是世界不可承受之痛。中方认为，大国应该有大国的样子，不能为一时之私挑起阵营对抗，而应顾全大局，以交流合作化解分歧，回应各国的期待，应不忘历史，吸取经验教训。中美制度不同，差异很大，但并不妨碍双方求同存异，发展双边关系，也不妨碍双方基于共同利益深化合作。历史一再证明，中美和两地都俱伤。中方一直寻求以美建立新型的大国关系，但这需要美方拿出诚意，言行一致，以实际行动与中方相向而行，推动两国两军关系止跌企稳，应不惧困难，找到相处之道。这几年，中美关系徘徊在建交后的低谷，造成这种困难局面的缘由，大家都很清楚。世界足够的宽阔，完全可以容纳包括中美在内的地区各国共同发展。相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢三条原则，才是中美两国正确的相处之道。去年11月，习近平主席同拜登总统在巴厘岛成功会晤，达成了重要的共识，希望美方与中方一道落实好两国元首达成的共识，共同推动中美关系走出困境，重回正轨，更好地造福两国和世界。女士们、先生们、朋友们，人类的梦想是相通的，各国人民同中国人民一样，都在追求自己的香格里拉。道阻且长，行则将至。我们应携起手来，构建亚太命运共同体，维护地区稳定与繁荣发展，共同建设更加美好的亚太。谢谢大家。
With that, I conclude my speech. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, General, for that very comprehensive statement of China's approach to the Indo-Pacific. I note that you said that the People's Republic of China will seek to complement and refine existing rules consistent with the UN Charter, and the definition of complementarity and refinement of those rules will no doubt require transparent dialogue and negotiation to ensure full legal interoperability with the principles of the UN Charter to which the PRC is so publicly committed. May I remind everybody that this is the first statement that the Defense Minister of China has made to an international audience. It will be also the first occasion in which he takes any questions in public. And our approach will be that I will take 4 or 5 crisp questions and comments from the audience, and then invite the General maybe to respond in 2 or 3 minutes, and then return for another round of perhaps up to 6 questions. We have 44 people who have sought the floor, so I will have to be emotionally intelligent in my distribution of offers, and I offer the first to Mayor Noens from the Netherlands and also from the IISS.
Thank you, John, and thank you, General. It is wonderful to see you here and very important that you are here as well to present China's perspective on regional security. A report emerged yesterday that a Chinese naval vessel carried out an aggressive maneuver resulting in a near collision when it changed direction and came within 150 yards of a U.S.-American destroyer transiting through the Taiwan Strait, where foreign, including military vessels and aircraft, have the right of passage under UNCLOS. I would be grateful if you could please explain how this type of behavior supports China's desire for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and the wider region, and if you could also please explain why the PRC continues to refuse the United States' requests to engage in military-to-military communication and establish crisis communications, which seem incredibly important at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And from the United States, Bonnie Glaser.
Thank you, John. Well, my question was similar. I wanted to point out also what took place in the Taiwan Strait yesterday. I also wanted to note that the dangerous maneuver was not only unprofessional, it was in contravention of the Convention on the International Regulations for Preventing Collisions at Sea, which is one of the more than 500 conventions that China has joined, which General Lee has mentioned. I think a collision clearly would put lives at risk. It would cause a major crisis that could escalate to a broader conflict. So I would also like to hear General Lee explain how such an accident would advance Chinese interests were it to take place. And isn't it necessary to resume the military maritime consultative agreement and other mechanisms of dialogue between the United States and China? You called for enhancing dialogue and strategic communication. Does that include dialogue with the United States military and the defense officials? Thank you.
Thank you. And from the Philippines, J. Tristan Tariella.
Good morning. You mentioned China wants to promote dialogue over confrontation. So my question is about the apparent disconnect between China's words and actions related to its maritime interaction with the Philippines and perhaps with others in the region. For example, when President Marcos and President Sim met in Beijing, they agreed to manage differences through peaceful means and to promote freedom of navigation and overflight above South China Sea, and reach consensus on the powerful resolution of disputes on the basis of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. But in the same month, Filipino fishermen were simply fishing in Philippines' exclusive economic zone were harassed and driven away by China Coast Guard in violation of international law. The following month, your Coast Guard directed a military-grade laser into the Philippine Coast Guard vessel inside the Philippine exclusive economic zone under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. So while China is talking about dialogue, China's actions show confrontation. Thus, my question is, why is there a big difference between China's words and its actions? Thank you.
And finally, before we return to the General, one more question and a reminder that we will come back for another 4 or 5 questions afterwards. The next from Vietnam, Wang Tai Ha.
Thank you. Generally, you meant and highlights the importance of equity and justice throughout your speech. I would like to know how you see justice and equity be applied in the South China Sea disputes, where China has competing maritime and territorial claims with Southeast Asian countries. And to borrow the questions that you eloquently raised in your speech, what are the rules and who make the rules? I would like to add, are these rules, or are they not anchored in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea?
Thank you very much. If you might take 2 to 3 minutes, General, to answer those 5 questions, and then we'll come back. A couple of them are similar.
关于荷兰
Thank you.
专家
First,
和美国专家问的问题。
to the response to the questions raised by the scholars from Netherlands and the United States, and also the other scholars, I think there are similarities.
我刚才在讲话当中也讲，我们都完全要遵守联合国海洋公约，这个是必须遵守。
That is, of course,
自由航行、无害通过
freedom of
都不会有任何
navigation,
问题。
innocent passage, we have not seen
关键是我们要
problem with that.
防止假借自由航行实行航行霸权的行为。我们中方经常会遇到，就是我是国防部长，几乎每天都有这样的信息，就在我们领海领空附近，不断的有国外的军机和军舰。它不是通过，它是在那里转悠。我觉得这种做法是完全违背公约的。我们既然说要遵守联合国海洋法公约，那么我们就要真正的理解透海洋法公约的内涵，自觉的遵守这个海洋法公约规定的行为准则。那么这大家也都很关心南海问题啊，南海问题，我们中方就是秉着按照南海各方宣言来推进南海行为准则的磋商。刚才专家问我们是什么规则，就是这些规则。我们从不另起炉灶啊，我们的原则就是协商一致。大家来制定约束行为的行为准则。我这样的回答不知道大家满不满意哈？时间到了。
I wonder if that is adequate response to your questions.
I think that's right. I think people might like a comment if you're able to offer it on
我还有一
what
个问
happened
题，
yesterday.
我想再回答一下。就是关于中美之间双方的交流和对话，中美两国两军的交流对话，中方是持开放态度。到目前为止，中美两国和两军在相关层级的交流的渠道也是畅通的。中方对交流对话是有原则的。我们就是希望这种对话交流应该是相互尊重，这是最起码的一条原则。如果相互尊重都达不到，交流对话不会有好的效果。我们希望就是在相互尊重、尊重、平等的基础上进行交流对话。
I'll take another 5 questions. Thank you, General, from the floor. François Hesbourg from France.
Thank you, John. During the revolution of 1848, during which Karl Marx wrote the manifesto of the Communist Party, one of the participants in the revolutionary events at the time was quoted as saying, "Und willst du nicht mein Bruder sein, so schlag ich dir den Schädel ein." In English, that translates as, "If you don't want to be my brother, I'll knock in your skull." This was obviously not win-win language. Beyond your reminder that China does not renounce the use of force in dealing with the Taiwan situation, what is the Chinese Communist Party the body to which the People's Liberation Army answers, what is the CCP ready to do to convince the inhabitants of Taiwan that your intentions are brotherly in a way which is different from that of the revolutionaries of 1848?
Thank you very much. It's a lesson in applied history, I think some academics like to term that. Tim Huxley, the former executive director of ISS Asia, who worked with us for a long time in the early years of establishing the Shangri-La Dialogue. Tim.
Thank you very much, John. General Lee, thank you for your speech. My question concerns the military implications of the war in Ukraine. General, I wonder if you could please say something about whether it's possible to draw any lessons in areas such as doctrine, leadership, operational and tactical conduct, logistics, military organization, and also equipment and training from the war in Ukraine. One possible lesson, of course, concerns the balance between the offense and the defense. Is it perhaps, in Zhou Enlai's words, too early to say, or are some ramifications of the Ukraine war already becoming apparent? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. And from France, Lebanon, and also the IISS, Emil Hokayem.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your remarks, General Lee. You mentioned the key role of China in facilitating the agreement between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was a remarkable diplomatic moment. Does the fact that China facilitated this agreement mean that China is also taking responsibility for its implementation? Linked to that, could you please tell us more about China's defense relations in the Gulf region, including potential arms sales and defense cooperation, particularly with Iran? Is China interested in playing a bigger role in Gulf security? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. And I might say that the International Institute for Strategic Studies since 2004 has run a sister dialogue, as it were, in the Kingdom of Bahrain that brings together all the relevant actors there, and we look forward to China's participation in that. From Myanmar, Ki Sin.
Thank you, General, for your speech. Just 4 days before the Shangri-La Dialogue, Major General Yang Yan, the Acting Director General of the Intelligence Bureau of Myanmar's China CMC, visited Myanmar military and met the junta chief. So they were concerned about China sharing military intelligence with junta to assist their military campaign against the pro-democracy groups in Myanmar. What is the purpose of the meeting? And that's my first question. And another question is, what is the extent of military cooperation between China and Myanmar military junta? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might take two more because I think we have that time. From Australia, Michael Fulilove.
Thank you, John. General, as a professional military officer, how do you account for the deeply unimpressive performance of the Russian military in Ukraine? Has this changed your perceptions of Russia's strength and reliability as a partner for China?
And finally, from the IISS, but also Indonesia, Evan Laxmana.
Thank you, John, and thank you, General. As part of the GSI that you led the speech with, are there plans to improve the quality and the frequency of China's military diplomacy in Southeast Asia? In particular, are we expecting to see more PLA officers studying at Southeast Asian Staff and Command colleges, more complex joint exercises, and perhaps even defense-industrial collaboration in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, General, you have another 3 minutes to address those 6 or 7 questions. I hope you see that we have a very diverse and international gathering here and lots of perspectives from different parts of the world in which China is engaged. So please, sir.
非常感谢大家提的问题。
Thank you very much.
首先回答一下关于第二个和
First of all,
第五
I
个，
want to respond to the second and the
关
fifth
于
questions
乌克兰的问题。
regarding Ukraine.
因为我现在主要还是这个 重点还是在这个军事外交方面。那么属于这个作战军事这方面的研究做的不多。我要回答这个问题，我还不能从这个方面来进行专业的回答。我只能说，从我这个角度，我们主要是致力于劝和促谈。在这方面做工作，尽可能的，就是斡旋各方都能够在劝和促谈上贡献力量啊，尽早的以政治的方式、和平的方式解决乌克兰的危机。关于沙伊关系的问题哈，就中方促使这个沙伊和解啊这个问题。那么刚才问到我们中方是不是会有做更多的工作？当然了，我们中方会尽我们自己力量来这个做更多的促进这个和平友好发展的这个工作。但是呢，我也想这个讲，就是大家对中方可能有很多的期盼啊，就是期盼中方能做更多的在中东做更多的这方面的工作。我们完全理解啊。但是我想说呢，就是这个中东的工作，就是包括沙伊，更多要靠当事方和地区的国家共同努力，才能够真正的促使地区的和平、安全稳定，实现地区和平安全啊。就是关于印尼的专家问的全球安全倡议啊，就是我们提的全球安全倡议，会不会在我们中国军队会不会在东南亚有更多的这个交流？我可以很坦率的跟大家讲，我参加香会这2天的时间，我和11个国家的防长和相应的这个官员进行了非常友好的交流，大家都有一个非常这个重要的共识，就是两军啊应该进行更多的交流、更深的交流、更广泛的交流。这样秉着这一条共识，我们会和这个东南亚的，就是各国的军队啊。进行更多的交流和合作。我们的目的是促进这个地区的和平、稳定和安全。最后我还是想回应一下这个台湾问题。台湾问题，我们的立场非常清楚。不管你是从哪个角度去看问题，不管你是从哪一个角度去分析台湾是中国不可分割的这个一部分。我们中国政府和中国军队绝对不会允许发生这个祖国分裂的这样的一些事件。那么当前啊，尤其是不允许发生台独啊，不允许台独势力和外部干涉势力将台湾从中国分裂出去。这是必须的当然，刚才这个专家提到的，就是说，如果不是兄弟，我就打你的头。我还真没有听到，我真没有看到《共产党宣言》里面有这么一句话。我回去好好再读一读。
Thank you very much, General. Just before we close, we have perhaps 30 seconds more. There were one or two questions on the floor about maneuvers that took place recently at sea and in the air, where perhaps Chinese vessels and Chinese aircraft are thought to have come too close to others operating in international waters or in international airspace. Do you have a point on that, please?
这个我们和很多国家相关的一些国家都制定的有海空相遇的这个规则啊，这些呢也是为了这个在相遇的时候呢，发生不必要的这样的一些危险。 但是我要这个反问一下的就是，刚才大家提到的这些问题，为什么它都是发生在中国领空和领海附近，而不是发生在其他国家的领空和领海附近？那就是我们中国的这个军机和军舰，从来都不会到这个其他国家领空和领海附近去做所谓的航行霸权啊。所以，就像我说的话，就是要真正的要避免这些。除了我们制定这样的规则，这些规则都是不得已而为之的。我们要制定这样的规则。最好的办法就是我们各国，特别是各国的军机和军舰，都不要到别的国家领海和领空附近去转悠。去转悠干什么呢？跟你的利益有什么直接的关系呢？用我们的话来说，就是管好你自己的人，管好你自己的军舰，管好你自己的飞机。你在你的国家的领空领海附近飞，保卫自己国家领空领海，保卫自己国家的安全，不会有任何问题。我希望是这样啊。
If that is the case, then I don't think there will be future problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Well, delegates, this is the first time in 24 hours that I've ended a session 1 minute late, but I think we added certainly 1 minute of value, if not more. Thank you, General, for choosing the Shangri-La Dialogue to make your first international public statement and for making your first... yeah.
我还想借这个机会表达一层意思哈，我希望跟各位专家做更深入的交流，因为这样回答问题时间太短，就是没法进行很深入的交流。我是希望和各位专家有时间啊，就安全问题、就发展问题等等啊，做更深入的交流。这样呢，我们可以更清楚的了解各国各方的观点和立场。同时呢，大家也可以更多、更好的了解中方的观点和立场。谢谢。
Well, thank you very much, General. You've again publicly endorsed the value of a dialogue of this kind. I will ask the audience to do two things, please. First, stay in your seats because we will move briskly to the next plenary session. I would like to recognize in the hall the Prime Minister of Estonia and also the President of Timor-Leste, both of whom, with the Defense Minister of Germany, will shortly be mic'd up and take the stage. So do stay in the room because our second plenary will be as dazzling as the first. And I would like you now secondarily, but importantly, to thank the General for his presence here at the Shangri-La Dialogue and his conversation with us. Thank you.
During the summit, you can give us your thoughts on what you would like, what kind of message you would like to see vis-a-vis Ukraine and NATO membership. And one question for Defense Minister Pistorius. So you spoke about changes you expect to see around Germany's arms export policy, and I think I venture, I guess, that piqued the interest of several nations here in the region, but possibly also some of the companies represented here in the room. So I was wondering whether you could add a little bit more detail on what those changes might look like, or what kind of changes you're hoping for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more question in a second from Japan. I just want to give a tactical warning to our panelists to say that I will ask them to reply in the reverse order in which they initially spoke. So Boris Pistorius, Kazakalas, and President of Timor-Leste in that order. And with Japan, Mihoke Matsubara. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chipman. So I have a question to Prime Minister Karas, if I may. So the war in Ukraine showcased how crucial critical infrastructure services are in both peacetime and wartime. And I'm wondering if I'd be really grateful if you can share lessons that your country had learned from this war and how your government and critical infrastructure companies are now working differently together compared to before the wars to defend those critical infrastructure companies from hybrid threats, including cyber threats.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very glad I got one more question in, another subject to address. 5 minutes each. We want to end around 10:56. Boris Pistorius.
Well, I try to make it quite short because there was a lot of questions, and I would like to combine the answer to the question regarding arms control and the question of export control. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not able to tell you more details because we are just in discussions in Germany. We are really in discussions because we experienced the shift of public opinion and principles of our security policy during the last decades. If somebody had told me 2 years ago that Germany would deliver heavy weapons, ammunition, and so on into a region, in a war region, I wouldn't have believed that, and I would have said it is impossible. That we do it is a real paradigm shift, and therefore we have to now to try to shape our new security policy also regarding the export control of arms. So this is our really challenge now. We have to fix it in our coalition and the government. We have to fix it with the parliament and, of course, with the public opinion. So therefore, arms control and arms export control, we have to discuss together. Regarding the role of European Union in military guards, well, the European Union is, of course, everybody knows, not a military alliance, and it's not a competitor to NATO, of course. Most of us are NATO members, so this is not our role, and I rather prefer to keep it like that. We should not try to make European Union a military alliance. We don't need another military alliance. What we need is a close cooperation with NATO, and we need a close cooperation between the members of the European Union and members of NATO, because we are depending on sticking very close together, especially regarding international conflicts and international challenges. And the last point is regarding and connected to that, Germany will be present in the future, not only in 24 as we were in 21. We will be present in 24 in the following years too, because we want to show our interest and our concern about what is going on in this region, and we want to show our solidarity and our being guilty some kind of not having it in focus during the last decade. So we will be present in future too.
Thank you very much. So perhaps, as they say in the US Congress, you lend 2 minutes of your time to the Prime Minister of Estonia. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just worried that I'm not sure I can make it in 5 minutes. I have many questions here, but I try my best. Try to combine those answers. NATO. NATO is a defense alliance. Of course, it's a military alliance. And when you ask that the military alliance need to have an enemy, no, it's defense alliance that is a group of countries coming together and really agreeing how we can defend ourselves better. And because we have existential threat, that is Russia. NATO has also said that out. But just to play out this kind of idea that NATO is a threat to somebody, then NATO is an alliance of now 31 countries. 31 countries with very different sizes. So if to say that NATO is threatening somebody's sovereignty or territorial integrity, how does that really play out? Because then NATO invades a country and then we share it amongst ourselves with 31 countries, and so you get a bigger piece, we get a smaller piece. I mean, that is ridiculous. This is not how it works. And as I say, I mean, as soon as we got out and the occupation stopped, as the Soviet Union collapsed, our first idea was that we are never alone again, because it's a question of our independence, it's a question of our freedom, it's a question of our right to exist as a country. Therefore, we applied to NATO. NATO did not want us at all, so we had to work very, very hard to get there. And if we wouldn't be in NATO, we would be living through some really, really dark times right now. But we are, and that's why we are free and independent. And also a question of the discussion is a round of spheres of influence, which is the topic that Russia wants to really have. That, okay, let's divide the world so that these are your spheres of influence and these are mine, like they did, Germany and Russia in 1939, which meant, great atrocities for my country, for example, because the world was divided. So the point is, the only security guarantees that there are for small countries is the end of gray zones, really. That we have big friends, and when we have big friends, then a big bully doesn't really bully you, because this is dangerous also to them. And what are the basic requirements for a lasting peace, and why Russia keeps on attacking its neighbors is we have to do everything to show that aggression as a policy tool cannot pay off. Because if it does, you invade a country, you take part of it, you take the territories, and then somebody says that, okay, let's stop here, let's draw the line, let's have a peace treaty, these territories are for you, these territories are for you, then aggression actually pays off. It means that if you invade a country, you walk away with more than you had before. And we have to give a clear message that this can't be the case, because then every country in the world and the international law is actually under attack. And what it requires is accountability. Why Russia does that compared to other countries that are no longer colonizing different countries is because they have never been held accountable what they have done. I mean, Germany has paid has been accountable for the Nazi crimes and really has the collective understanding of what was happening. It has never been the case for Russia. Russians don't know the crimes that they committed in Estonia or elsewhere, and so there has never been accountability like it was for a Nuremberg tribunal. Regarding Vilnius, of course, we support Ukraine's path to NATO's membership. Everybody understands it can't happen while the war is going on, but we need clear wording that is more than Bucharest. Then critical infrastructure and cybersecurity. In 2007, we were attacked by Russia by cyber attacks, and what we learned from there is to build the resilience and really invest in cybersecurity. And that is also a lesson for Ukraine, actually, because why they are able to deliver services to their country, to their people, is that they have built and invested a lot in cybersecurity over these years, and also security of the critical infrastructure that is actually much more difficult to do. But cybersecurity is of utmost importance. We are very focused on the conventional war that is going on, but even if that ends, the cyber war will continue. And what is the different understanding that we have to keep in mind all the time is that, hospitals, for example, a few years ago, they only had to worry about some drug addict coming and stealing the morphine. That was their security risk. Now they are part of the bigger security picture, and by a cyber attack, you can actually have civilian casualties because the hospitals will go out function. So this is why we have to do everything we can. And also there was a question how we can help other countries. As Estonia, we have and we are doing this all the time. Although being a small country, we have the cyber exercises, and it's also very important that we build the connections with the countries that we trust, the trusted connectivity, but also that we share information about the cyber attacks, because the others can't prepare if they don't know. What is your experience? So I really call on like-minded partners to share information, because the bad guys share information and the good guys should as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's a certain charisma and clarity. Thank you for providing that. President of Timor-Leste.
I would like to clarify 1 or 2 points in my comments. One in regard to ODA. In fairness, the European Union as such, following the subprime crisis 2008-2009, did not reduce aid to developing countries. I refer to the bilateral donors that did dramatically and have not recovered. And the UK, under David Cameron, was the only country, a G7 country, that in the midst of the crisis actually increased ODA to 0.7%. Can we imagine if every G7 country, plus other major powers like China, India, also increased to 0.7%? This is an appeal that's been made for the past 30, 40 years for OECD countries to contribute 0.7% of GDP to ODA. But since then, some countries, I don't mention names, literally no longer have a ODA. Partly the money relocated to conflicts, managing conflicts in Africa, Central Africa, in Mali. Some of the money redirected within their own countries from aid money to resettling, supporting North African refugees going to Europe. So, and in regard to Ukraine, I have to say, Timor-Leste, one of the first countries that actually condemned, and we did not only condemn my country, in spite of being poor, we contributed almost immediately with $2 million through the UN system for Ukrainian refugees. Because many countries in pledging conferences, they all announced great contributions. But in the end, when the Secretary General does the counting of how much money actually went to UNHCR, 30% of what was pledged or 30% of what was needed. So it is, I'm not overly romantic about that. This is a whole humanity, we are all the same, well, but some are cousins and some are poor cousins. And there are quicker response to your first cousins than cousins in South Asia or in Africa and so on. So, and that is the disparity we see in the reaction to support Ukraine and to other fatalities. In relation to our role in ASEAN, first and foremost, it's not only now that ASEAN supported us. Way back in the beginning of the crisis in Timor-Leste, 1999-2000, many ASEAN countries contributed with peacemaking, police contributing, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia had, although it had, at the time it was not in condition to help much, but it also had civilian personnel going there. And since then, a variety of support we have received from ASEAN countries. In November last year, the summit in Phnom Penh agreed in principle that Timor-Leste should be the 11th member. And then in the Labuan Bajo summit, a roadmap was adopted, a very strict roadmap, which we are working on with the support from Singapore and the other ASEAN countries, but also with pledges of support from Australia, New Zealand, European Union, United States, Japan, South Korea, China, Portugal, for improving the pool of Timorese human resources to meet the challenges in ASEAN membership, which is not only like meeting the challenges, actually respond to our own needs. Even if we were not going to join ASEAN, we still need those requirements for our own development. And Timor-Leste is, we are poor by most definitions, but we have made tremendous progress in the last 20 years. In 2002, we had only 19 medical doctors. Now we have 1,200 medical doctors. In 2002, we had one university. Today we have 16 universities and institutes of higher learning. We have hundreds of Timorese studying around the region, in Europe, all the way to Brazil. And our best contribution to ASEAN is we should not be a burden and a headache for ASEAN. So we keep the peace in our own country. We develop as much as we can. And I have to say, ironically, we might be poor, but we are an investor in international finance. We have a sovereign fund, which we created in 2004-05. Initially, all our money invested in U.S. Treasury bonds. In 2009, we changed the law to diversify. The diversification of our funds, 40% diversified, several $7 billion, I don't mention the figure, have a return, given us return for the last 10 years of 8% a year. 8% in our more than 1,000 portfolios in equities. So we are an investor in the US, we are an investor in Euro bonds, we are an investor in Australia, but now we are going to shift more to invest in Asian markets because US Treasury bonds pay us next to nothing. And we are not following the trend of moving away from US dollar. Our currency is the US dollar. It has served us well. We will continue with that. But we will diversify from an instrument that pays us nothing. So we will move more. So that's our contribution. So the best contribution, we don't want to be another catastrophe like Myanmar. And ASEAN has this huge challenge, and we will support ASEAN leaders and friends to the extent possible to resolve these challenges in our region. And so I think on the question from the UK on the South China Sea, in the beginning of independence for several years, we had a dispute with Australia over our maritime boundary. Australia preferred that ancient theory of continental shelf, which would have meant all the way Australian maritime boundary would extend all the way to our coastal areas. But wisdom prevailed between the two sides, Timor-Leste and Australia, mediated by the United Nations under UNCLOS. And in 2018, we agreed on a permanent maritime boundary midway between Timor-Leste and Australia, based on international law. If it were not for international law, if we did not follow UNCLOS, if we do not follow internationally established rules, well, Timor-Leste would be a victim. We still would not have a permanent maritime boundary.
Thank you very much. By the way, on that last point, I think the last international treaty of significance between a European country and Russia was when Norway and Russia signed the maritime boundary also within the midpoint of a previously contested area. And the person who negotiated that is the Norwegian ambassador to London, who was also the Norwegian ambassador to the United States. And as a sign of how the center of geopolitical gravity is moving to the east and to the north, he thinks the next most prestigious post for him to have is as the Norwegian ambassador to Finland, a position he's taking up in August, an interesting factoid. On Friday, I said that the Shangri-La Dialogue, being an informal intergovernmental event organized by the independent IISS, is able to introduce fresh, vital, and new perspectives into the debate from a growing diversity of countries. We have had this on this panel. I have learned a great deal. You will have learned a great deal. Please thank our panelists for adding to our knowledge. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, hello. Translating from Khmer to English, Cambodian to English. Hello, translating from Khmer and Cambodian to English.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll open the 7th plenary session, which is the de facto, if not the de jure, concluding session of the Shangri-La Dialogue. It allows the ministers to offer some reflections from their national point of view, but perhaps pick up a couple of points that they've heard during these 3 days. And in the question and answer period that I'll operate after this plenary is concluded, I invite interventions or thoughts that are general, not just specific to those that have been inspired by our excellent panel. In the last session, we had 2 heads of government and 1 minister. We're trying to keep up the altitude, and we have 2 deputy prime ministers and 1 minister, and really delighted to have, again, General Thea Ban, the deputy prime minister and minister of national defense of Cambodia. I promised him at dinner on the first evening that I might have time later next year to make my first visit to Cambodia, one of the rare countries in the Indo-Pacific that I haven't yet had an opportunity to visit. Richard Marles, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence of Australia, for his 2nd consecutive appearance at the IISS Shangri-La Dialogue. His first was last year, only 3 weeks after he had taken up his post as Defence Minister, and we're delighted that he's coming back for a return match with an extra 372 days of training. And of course, particularly honoured, and as is customary, to have Dr. Ung En Hen, the Minister of Defence of Singapore, offer his important strategic reflections on Indo-Pacific strategy and cooperative security. And so with that, could I please invite the Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia to take the floor? Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, Dr. John Chipman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the International Institute for Strategic Studies for granting me this opportunity to share my perspective regarding developing models for cooperative security in such a crucial forums. I would also like to thank the government and the Ministry of Defense of Singapore for the warm hospitality towards myself and my delegations. At the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemics, we could not fully appreciate the scale of destruction and the effects that it would have on our society. It is apparent that the COVID-19 pandemic was a disaster that we will never forget. We acknowledge that we are unbelievably underprepared to manage the situation. Nevertheless, in the end, we have triumphed over this pandemic through practical measures and a broad scope of cooperation. For Cambodia, a nationwide response mechanism was formulated and rigorously led by Samdech Prime Minister Hun Sen. Through concentrating our workforce, resources, and harnessing the commitment of our officials from all levels, our armed forces, and our people throughout the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you.
To bring an end to the Russian-Ukraine war. Cambodia opposed the use of force by one country against another, state separations, and occupation of a sovereign state. Cambodia believed that the terminations of war require mutual concession, which includes stopping the use of force to solve problems, respect international laws, pausing external encouragement to expand the war, and ceasing economic sanctions. It is evident we do not have any specific models to follow in this situation, other than the acknowledgement that we cannot end war through war. The most suitable choice is to end the bloodshed and return to the negotiation table in the spirit of win-win outcome. As Russia, Ukraine, and other countries in the region will continue to live alongside one another in the region that will continue for hundreds of years in the future. Any solution should focus on honoring each other, and we certainly do not want to see anyone being forced against the wall. Cambodia supports all initiatives which provide political solutions to end this war, such as China's 12 Points Initiative to resolve the Russian-Ukraine crisis. Cambodia appeals to international community to provide initiative with similar objective to obtain a political settlement. If the fighting continues, both parties will ultimately endure significant losses. Tension between major powers has hindered the harmonization and prosperity of other nations. It is obvious that competing parties will not gain any substantial benefit, as it is inevitable that they remain dependent on one another for the long term. Recently, Samdech Prime Minister stated that we do not want to see either China or the U.S. entering decline. The decline of one or both would bring about many risks for the region and the world. As a member of ASEAN, Cambodia wishes to see changes in the practice of rival nations from tit for tat to working together in order to achieve shared benefit, stability, and prosperity for the region and the world. We also wish to see the easing of tension and the return to normalcy in the South China Sea, as well as finding an acceptable solution to bring an end to the Russia-Ukraine war. The establishment and proceeding of mechanism and partnership introduced by some major country within the region is being judged from different perspectives. It would be a perfect scenario if these mechanisms or partnership serve the purpose of encouraging peace, stability, and prosperity of the region. On the contrary, action that causes destruction to other nations generates tensions within the region, regardless of the reasoning of a strategic balance. On the other hand, we need to weigh between transparency and each country's interests. Cambodia has faced the issue of Ream Naval Base. Certainly, we would provide transparency of our activity to avoid misunderstanding. In the relation to this point, Cambodia has clearly reaffirmed that we respect our law and our constitution. Meanwhile, everyone should understand the requirement of each country, such as the need for military modernization to serve its own interests, as well as to be able The situation in Myanmar is a concern that greatly affects ASEAN's credibility as well as ASEAN centrality. In my perspective, the role of ASEAN is very important for the settlement, but success is not guaranteed if there is no true commitment from Myanmar themselves. Finding trust among relevant parties is the key to solving this issue. In Cambodia experience, the win-win policies offer concessions, value, and trust toward one another, which act as a strong foundation for sustainable peace, harmonization, and prosperity. This is another model that is derived from the inevitable combination of political will, national unity, and the pure heartedness of external support, based on the spirits of shared benefits. While there are still internal conflicts and civil war occurring, especially in Africa, causing tremendous humanitarian crisis, peacekeepers are indeed a well-needed element. Acknowledging this, Cambodia is strongly committed to enhance our capability and participation in peacekeeping operations under the United Nations framework in order to help and build harmonization for those in suffering. Notably, last year, Cambodia initiated a concept paper to enhance ASEAN's women's participation in overseas peacekeeping operations. My last point concerns is the issue of climate change. Without a doubt, destruction of our ecosystem and pollution occur all over the world. However, industrialized countries remain a major contributor to climate change. We have witnessed numerous efforts to reduce risk to our Earth. Unfortunately, we have not seen any substantial improvements. See reports on the climate change situation worsening. Thus, there is a strong necessity for more robust collective effort in this matter, especially from major industrialized nations, in setting examples in trying to reduce greenhouse gas and pollution in all forms. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much, and I think everyone will have noted in your remark your commitment to transparency on the facilities that you offer to other countries in your country, and your reminder that there remain a number of strategic disruptions in this part of the world for which, to coin a phrase that I used on Friday night, the instruments of strategic peacekeeping must still be found. So with that, could I invite Richard Morris to take the floor? Thank you.
Well, can I thank the International Institute for Strategic Studies for hosting this valuable event, and can I thank you, John, not just for this event today, but for your stewardship of the International Institute for Strategic Studies for more than 3 decades. And can I thank my good friend, Dr. Eng Heng Ung, the Defence Minister of Singapore, and through Eng, all the government of Singapore for hosting us in such a fantastic way in what is a truly remarkable country. This time last year, I was here at the Shangri-La Dialogue for the first time as Australia's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence. It was just 3 weeks after the Australian Labor government had won the election, and my speech was the government's first national security address. I spoke about Australia taking its place in the world with confidence and renewed commitment to responsible, nuanced and effective statecraft, a determination to harness all arms of national power, to not only ensure Australia's security, but crucially, to help shepherd our Indo-Pacific region through a profound period of strategic change and contest. I spoke about how Australia would invest more in our abiding tide with our Pacific neighbours, how we would revitalise our historically deep engagement with Southeast Asia with ASEAN at its core. And importantly, my address came 5 months after Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, a brutal war that has meant we cannot take the security and prosperity of our region for granted. Some still dismiss Putin's war with a neighbouring state as an issue for Europe. Bizarrely, the Kremlin solidarity with developing countries against an alleged neocolonialism by the West. But the simple truth is that a powerful state is using military force to impose its will upon a less powerful state, contrary to all international law and the UN Charter, which, as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, Russia has a special and a particular responsibility to uphold. The question that haunted me then, and still does a year on, is whether the war in Ukraine is a terminal spasm of Europe's imperial past, as one astute commentator noted, or a forewarning of the contest to come in a post-hegemonic world, where states see opportunity to build a new order according to their preferences, including, if necessary, by military aggression. Putin clearly saw such an opportunity and determined that he would seize it. Australia believes it is vitally important for our collective future that the world concludes from Ukraine's inspiring resistance that Putin's gambit failed, and that the costs of military aggression far outweighed and perceived benefit. But the world won't arrive at this conclusion without effort and investment from us all. Russia's invasion of Ukraine represents a broader failure of the global system to deter the use of force. We must not allow this to become a dangerous new precedent for our own region. A year ago, I observed that China is engaging in the largest conventional military build-up that the world has seen since the end of the Second World War. And this build-up is happening without an explanation of its strategic purpose. China is not providing our region or the world with any strategic reassurance. To be clear, we value a productive relationship with China, and we've sought to stabilise this relationship after a difficult period. Indeed, that process began right here last year with my meeting with former Chinese Defence Minister Wei Fenghe. And since then, both our foreign and trade ministers have visited China, and Prime Minister Albanese and President Xi met last November. Just yesterday, I met with my counterpart, General Li Shengfu. And importantly, our defence dialogue with China has recommenced. These are important steps forward, and we acknowledge that these are steps which China and Australia have taken together. But it's also important that transparency and strategic intent and the purpose of military growth characterise the way nations operate in the Indo-Pacific and, for that matter, the world. And with this in mind, last year I underlined that the purpose of Australia's investment in new defence capability, including through AUKUS, was a prudent and a necessary contribution to a sustainable and inclusive balance of power that both deterred conflict but also reassured states that they never needed to resort to force. Australia's Defence Strategic Review, delivered in April, follows through on the commitments that I made a year ago. What the DSR, as it's known, seeks to do is to put in place a new strategic posture for Australia. At its core, the DSR recognises we must make investments in our defence capabilities now to defend Australia, to deter through denial any attempt to project force against Australia, and protect Australia's economic connection to our region and to the world. We also recognise that we must be able to contribute with our partners to the collective security of the Indo-Pacific and the maintenance of the global and regional rules-based order. Indeed, these are now articulated tasks of Australia's Defence Force. Our government views Australia playing its part in maintaining the heart of why we have a Defence Force. And building on the work we have undertaken over the past 12 months, next year the Australian Government will release our inaugural National Defence Strategy, which we have committed to updating biennially. In developing this strategy, we will continue to be guided by these principles. All of us here know we live in an interdependent world, and that to address the challenges we face, we must work together. As Singapore's Prime Minister Lee set out at the Bao Forum in March, we need to reinforce the resilience of the region by building a dense mesh of cooperation and interdependence. But we also know that interdependence can be weaponised for strategic leverage. And interdependence does not preclude, as once supposed, the devastating prospect of conflict between trading partners. And that is why the subject for this session is so important. We must develop models for cooperative security that don't rely on past assumption and which can adapt to changing strategic circumstances. In delivering the keynote address, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese made clear our region is not a backdrop for the ambition of others, and that the future of the region is not somehow a foregone conclusion. We have our own agency in building our own security. For Australia, the first model for cooperative security is ASEAN and its related EAS and ADMM Plus architecture. No other mechanism brings together the critical group of states that are a prerequisite for any durable strategic equilibrium in our region. And although Australia is not a member, we will always invest in the core meaning and efficacy of ASEAN centrality. ASEAN is a necessary condition for regional security. But the strategic challenges we now face mean that smaller groupings can help complement the central architecture of ASEAN. Regional states, including Australia, can play an important role through smaller groups of countries committed to larger goals. In fact, we've been doing this for a long time. The Five Powers defence arrangements have been contributing to regional security since 1971. And for Australia, these groupings are aimed at achieving specific objectives. AUKUS is a capability and technology partnership. It will not have, and nor will it seek, the normative functions that ASEAN rightly exercises.
The Quad is another model for cooperation that is focused on practical engagement beyond. Leaders reaffirmed their commitment to a region where all countries, large and small, have the agency to decide their future and to shape our region. Some would seek to frame groupings like AUKUS and the Quad as blockism, which somehow diminish ASEAN. To the contrary, they show how small groups of countries can work together in support of principles and objectives we all hold so dear. The challenge is to ensure these models of cooperation are not competitive with ASEAN, but rather complementary. And this idea is at the heart of Australia's regional engagement. The Albanese government has taken major steps in the last 12 months when it comes to getting Australia's hard power equation right. In doing so, Australia's defence strategy is contributing to our region's security and prosperity. Our government, led by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, myself, and our Foreign Minister Penny Wong, has also made engaging with you all, our regional friends and partners, a priority. In announcing the AUKUS nuclear-powered submarine deal, we made more than 60 calls to regional and other world leaders. And in the days leading up to and following the Defence Strategic Review, we made similar calls, while our diplomatic network were active in briefing counterparts across the globe. And while it is for individual countries to judge how successful that effort was, what must be completely clear to all is that the intent on our part is to be as transparent as possible about what we are doing, the way we are doing it, and why. Because a secure region requires balance, and balance requires transparency. To enhance our hard power, this will be underlined by diplomacy, which is why this year's dialogue and those following are so important, not just to Australia's strategic posture, but that of our region. For the Shangri-La dialogue is diplomacy at its best. Diplomacy is not measured by the volume with which friends agree. Rather, its measure is in how tensions are navigated. Substantive discussion always matters, because we live in an age where the world needs diplomatic excellence. For our engagement with the world, and we will always seek to use diplomacy to create pathways for peace. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Richard. First, for your kind words about me and the Shangri-La dialogue, but importantly for the 3 key points that I noted down, that methods of security cooperation need to be developed that do not rely on past assumptions. Secondly, that smaller groupings can help to complement the central architecture of ASEAN. And third, if I may put it this way, another vital epigrammatic point, that a secure region requires balance, and balance requires transparency. Thank you for that strategic thought. With that, the Minister of Defence of Singapore, please. Minister Ng Eng Hee, our host.
Let me, on behalf of my colleagues at the Ministry, Minister Maliki, Foreign Affairs, Senior Minister of State Heng Chee Hao, and Senior Minister of State Zaki Mohammed, thank you all for joining us on this 20th edition of Shangri-La Dialogue. It's personal thanks, and your presence here makes it very special. Let me also take this moment as a personal thanks to John Chipman. He's been here from the start, if you like. In this partnership, I'm not sure who was the paternal and maternal partner, but we'll leave that aside. But thank you for bringing this to the Shangri-La Dialogue to greater heights.
And indeed, as John mentioned, the Shangri-La dialogue has grown. And now, this year, 48 ministers, starting at 14, and a number of delegates, 600 delegates from more than 40 countries. I thank you for the thanks of the hospitality. It's a great honor to be on the same plenary as Deputy Prime Minister Tevan and Richard Miles. And thank you for your compliments, but I know that there will be lack. We had some manpower disruptions post-COVID, so please excuse us for those. And where we have not been up to standard, we'll improve. But certainly, I think that the staff have been working very hard to make sure that this is a successful SLD. And I think we can all take heart in this expansion of participants as a clear sign that countries recognize the need and value of face-to-face engagements, not only when circumstances and relationships are favorable, but even more so in testing times. And indeed, if there's nothing demonstrated at the Shangri-La dialogue, that there is much geopolitical turmoil, not least because of two significant disruptive events, the COVID-19 pandemic and the unlawful invasion of Ukraine by Russia. What lessons and applications should apply to Asia as we meet? I think the foremost priority of government leaders must be to avoid a physical conflict here, at least for the coming decade, if we are to scope our goals and ambitions. Simultaneous conflicts in Europe and Asia will be disastrous and blight the future for an entire generation. And as leaders, we must do all we can to avoid this nightmarish scenario. I don't think there's anyone here who would disagree with those statements, but unfortunately, the reality and trajectory of geopolitics diverges. Military spending around the world has gone up over the past 2 decades and is expected to rise even further in the coming decade. Global military expenditure reached a high of US $2.2 trillion last year. Central and Western European states spent US $345 billion on defense last year, in real terms surpassing levels that were seen during the Russian-Ukraine war. But even within the Asia-Pacific region, without any physical conflict, combined military expenditures has increased to US $575 billion, 45% more than a decade ago. Excluding China, defense spending increased by almost 30% to US $283 billion. Military spending is set to grow for the coming decade. By 2030, spending will be nearly $1 trillion for the US and about $500 billion for China. So too middle powers in Asia. US $180 billion for India, Japan to over $60 billion, similar to France then, and around US $40 billion by Australia. By 2030, ASEAN's military spending will increase by 40% to US $130 billion. Increased defense spending per se need not be a sign or source of instability. Indeed, core to defense deterrence, which Singapore practices, is an adequate defense budget that deters aggression. But in the absence of a strategic framework of engagement and mutual restraint, cooperation despite competition, that balance tilts away from deterrence and the risk of conflict increases. In that context, the increased military spending veers towards an arms race with greater potential for destruction. I started with the military domain, at least in terms of defense spending. I should proceed, I think. I was going to ask, can somebody check on that? I started with the military domain, at least in terms of defense spending, but trade, finance, and the economy are also vital domains that facilitate stability. From the perspective of ASEAN member states and Asia, the last 30 years have seen unparalleled economic growth from globalization, largely championed by the US and fueled by China's economic growth. The IMF estimates that global economy tripled from 1990 to 2015, with nearly 1.5 billion people lifted out of extreme poverty in that period. And over 70% of the figure, 1.1 billion people, were in Asia alone. And the people of Asia, particularly the poor, have benefited en masse from globalization. But today, a different geopolitical zeitgeist dominates, emanating from domestic politics, but inevitably spilling outwards. As a stark manifestation, the US is out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, now replaced by the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, and which instead China has applied to be part of. It is a significant change. The US, as the prime mover of globalization for the past 3 decades, with its various instruments and institutions, has changed tack. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is another economic bloc of 15 Asian Pacific nations that collectively accounts for about 30% of global GDP, of which China, but not the US, is part of. More recently, the US launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework in 2022, with 14 participating countries, representing 40% of the world's GDP. It's an important initiative to anchor and sustain the US's economic interests in this region with other partners. Rising military spending, shifting military and trade alliances, and de facto nativist economic policies are strong winds of change. How do we weather the storms to come? For Asia and the wider Indo-Pacific region, the US-China relationship is central to stability. That is the core. But the penumbra of relationships of other countries outside this core is also important for stability. No country, I think, wants war. But our working assumptions and scenarios must be that unplanned incidents can occur. And, as it did when the US Navy's EP-3 aircraft collided with the PLA Navy's fighter jet over Hainan in 2001, or the albeit accidental bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgium as recent as yesterday, close encounters, some mere meters apart, have occurred between US and Chinese ships and planes on and over the South China Sea or Taiwan Straits. Channels of communication, both formal and informal, must exist so that when these unplanned incidents occur, those channels can be used to de-escalate and avoid conflict. Despite the Cold War, the Strategic Arms Limitation and the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaties were signed between Brezhnev and Nixon in 1972. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 too, President Kennedy's offer for a mutually acceptable compromise was delivered by then US Attorney General Robert Kennedy to Soviet Ambassador Drobinin. Communications must be built over time. It will be too late to start or activate them only in moments of crisis. Seasoned diplomats compare unfavorably the lines of communication between the US and Soviet Union in the Cold War with what exists today between the US and China, now at its ebb. As recent as a decade ago, regular exchanges were conducted between American and Chinese officials at all levels. There was a US-China strategic and economic dialogue where ministers and top officials met every year to discuss both economic and security issues. The last SED took place in 2016. For their militaries then, the then chief of the PLA's General Staff Department, General Cheng Ping-te, accepted an invitation to the U.S. by then Chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs, Admiral Mike Mullen, in May of 2011, where he visited several U.S. military bases and defense institutions. The PLA Navy was invited to participate in the US's RIMPAC naval exercise in 2014 and 2016. Those activities have all ceased. The last time their defense ministers visited each other's countries was in 2018. It's not our place, and certainly not my intention, to comment on the diplomatic efforts of other countries. But I state these observations on declining touch points, knowing full well that Singapore and other ASEAN states are not disinterested bystanders. Both the US and China have said that they do not want our countries, ASEAN countries, to take sides. But ASEAN member states with a vivid recollection of great power rivalry in our past and the devastating consequences are acutely concerned that worsening relationships between these two powers, US and China, will inevitably force difficult choices upon our individual states. Last year at the Shangri-La Dialogue, the US and China defense establishments did discuss the need to maintain open lines of communication. A hotline between Beijing and Washington was set up in 2008 between defense establishments, though rarely used. When unplanned incidents occur, that line of communication could make a crucial difference in the de-escalation of hostilities. For ASEAN, both through bilateral ties and individual member states and collectively with the US and China, through the ADMM+, we have sought inclusivity and engagement as key platforms for preemption and confidence building. Within the ADMM framework, we continue to pursue multilateral exercises that involve all our 8+ partners. These interactions strengthen practical cooperation, like the Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea, to reduce the risk of accidents and miscalculations. Through the ADMM+ Expert Working Group, over 20 exercises have been conducted in the past decade, despite differences and disagreements among countries. At the heart of our engagements, as fully exemplified at the Shangri-La Dialogue, is that desire to seek peace, even as we security chiefs strengthen our militaries to protect our individual nations. At times, the progress seems painfully slow, but we owe it to our citizens and the next generation to persist and forge breakthroughs. The adage applies: to whom much is given, much is expected. People whom we serve expect us as leaders, influencers, movers and shakers, the people here, to deal with security challenges That phrase has been repeated so often that I'm worried that we might become inured. So let me share one quick anecdote to humanize that expectation. We have more than 600 delegates here, but it takes thousands more to make sure that over the last few days things works smoothly. I know that you will want me to thank on all our behalves the police, the security troops, your liaison officers, the IISS staff, the transport and serving staff of the hotel, and we thank them all. After each Shangri-La Dialogue, it's become a habit for me to actually meet some of them, some of the staff, to thank them personally. Some of the hotel staff here, in fact, because this is an established hotel, have attended every Shangri-La since inception. They have grown old with us, or at least with me. They feel part of Shangri-La Dialogue. They go home to their families, tell them they were part of something important. Between plates of food and drinks of wine, they hear words: the Ukraine conflict, the South China Sea, the rivalry. They whisper to their friends in hushed terms. They believe that what we do here can make a difference, even that of peace or war. They hope that by providing good service, it will help our discussions along. Are their great expectations reasonable or realistic of us and Shangri-La dialogue? How can mere words stop steel and fire? What else do we have if not words? Meeting like with like simply escalates. Realistic, reasonable or not, we owe those who serve, people like those who have served us these past 3 days, as leaders to secure peace through dialogue. In that hope, I wish all of you a safe journey back and hope to see you here for future Shangri-La dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Ung, for that. Typical of the Singaporean cast of mind. And might I just add one point, Minister, you just on stage navigated with assurance through a thunderstorm. And it is that form of strategic calm that needs to be maintained for regional stability. We have 25 minutes or so to go. We have a lot of people who wish the floor. My proposal is that each of those make their interventions, and I will give a couple of minutes each to the panelists to answer in the order in which they originally spoke. So with that, could I first invite from India, Ambika Vishwana.
Thank you, Dr. Chipman. Given that there's a thunderstorm outside, my question might be a little bit relevant. The president from Timor-Leste talked about water, sanitation, health, climate, and the deputy prime minister from Cambodia also touched upon climate change. So my question is, one, to the deputy prime minister on what more would he like to see from other partners in this region and from European partners and other Western partners in terms of what can be done to advance cooperation, given that this is what we're talking about in this last session. And on the other side of that, to the Deputy Prime Minister from Australia, your government currently places a lot of importance on human and environment security, and Australia has done quite a lot in terms of looking at climate in its neighborhood. But what can we see more from Australia in bringing those examples and your experience to the wider region of Southeast Asia, South Asia, and also then the Western Indian Ocean? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hannah Sheelis.
Thank you very much. I have a question to the Cambodian Deputy Prime Minister. 30% of Ukrainian territories are mined due to the Russian shelling and mining. Most of these are agricultural lands from where grains are coming to Asia. Cambodian Ministry of Foreign Affairs recently de facto excused themselves, almost being ashamed that they trained with Japanese money Ukrainian deminers, and emphasized that they are ready to train Russian military and that they have strategic relations with the Russian Federation that they would like to develop for the whole ASEAN. Don't you think that in such circumstances your statements about peace and peaceful relations sounds a little bit as the diplomatic cover rather than the sincere belief in the important issues for the humanitarian issues during the war?
Reinhard Butifucker.
Thank you, Dr. Chipman. I have two questions to Minister Marles. I assume, Minister, that you agree that cooperative security also needs a reliable economic dimension. Minister Ung just forcefully argued in that respect. How do you see this? Shouldn't we all send a clear message to the United States that they cannot hold on to their stabilizing role in the Indo-Pacific without a better economic and trade offer to the region? And my second question, also to you, sir, why has Australia argued publicly that Taiwan's ambitions of possibly joining CPTPP would not be successful even before Taiwan publicly stated such plans?
Thank you. And from the Philippines, Meli Caballero Anthony.
Thank you. It's heartening to note that many speakers of the panel talk about the importance of institutions. And in particular, I note that the minister from Australia has mentioned the East Asia Summit, something that an institution that I hardly heard about during this meeting. So my question is, what more can we expect from an institution that actually brings together both China and the United States and the other important partners of the region? Isn't the EAS an institution that has not stand up to the expectation? Thank you.
And from Cambodia, Senghor Aung.
Thank you. My question go to Samdech Pichai, the Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia. Samdech, I have two questions. First is Cambodia government previous position also highlight the priority to respect Cambodia's sovereign ownership of the Ream naval base. So I just heard you talk about transparency. How much transparency Cambodia can offer to reassure our neighbor and other countries in the region about the Ream naval base? Second is I want to hear about your vision. How do you see as a vision to develop the Royal Cambodian Navy in the future to contribute to regional peace and maritime security? Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Connolly.
Thank you, Dr. Chipman. Deputy Prime Minister Taban, your counterpart, Deputy Prime Minister Malls, suggested in his speech that the Quad could play a complementary role to ASEAN. I just wonder if you agree, and if so, what that role would look like. Thank you.
And from Indonesia, Fitriani.
Thank you. To General Taban, I would like to ask, to what extent is it possible on what prerequisite that ASEAN may form and deploy its regional peacekeeper to tackle sub-regional conflicts, such as perhaps Myanmar, and to whether the ASEAN Plus mechanism will be invited to join the force, or because of the non-intervention principle, such action might not be feasible before the ASEAN Charter is reviewed and revised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from China, Xi Xiaozhu.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask two questions. In last session, we talked about NATO's role in the world security resolution. And as a traditional military organization, that NATO has failed to prevent the regional wars. We talk a lot about the Russia-Ukraine military conflicts. And if we trace back that NATO once launched the bombing campaign and destroyed the former Yugoslavia. And such tensions still continue till today. And my question goes to the ministers. And with the NATO look on China as the systematic such outsider organization into Asia-Pacific will create more conflicts, especially under heavy pressure from big power. My second question goes to Deputy Minister, Prime Minister Mars, that you talk about the small organizations like Quad, AUKUS, and the other organizations. And you have told us that such organization will not generate the negative influence. And how do you give us reassurance about its trend, especially, and more and more pressure from the big power competition? Thank you.
Thank you. And from the Philippines, Jeffrey Ordonez.
Thank you. I'd like to address my question to Minister Marles and Minister Ng. The United States plays an important role in the security of the Indo-Pacific region, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine has prompted some debates among experts and academics here in the region about what the United States should prioritize. On the one side, they argue that the Ukraine-Russia war is a distraction for the United States from its supposed priority theater, which is the Indo-Pacific region, in particular those that relates to U.S. resources being devoted to Ukraine. On the other side of the debate, the argument is Ukraine is not a distraction because Russian victory could weaken the credibility of American commitments elsewhere in the world and could make Indo-Pacific states rethink their reliance on the United States on security. As important security partners of the United States in this region, I wonder where you stand in this debate and what would you prefer the United States do? Thank you.
Thank you. And from the UK, Robert Ward.
Thank you, John. A question for all the panelists, please. We've heard much at this dialogue about the significant changes underway in Japan with regard to its defense policy and Japan's increased focus on regional security. Is Japan doing enough, and where would you like to see Japan doing more? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just, I think, take one more. Ben Schreier from Germany.
Thank you, John. A question on AUKUS for Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles. There's now a clear pathway for Pillar 1 of AUKUS to deliver the nuclear-powered submarine for Australia, but there seems less clarity on Pillar 2, and in particular on how to engage possibly trusted partners in and outside the region. So I would like to hear some thoughts, if possible, on Australia's emerging thinking on Pillar 2 and whether and how to engage other partners. Thank you.
I think actually I will take one more in deference to an individual who played quite some role in organizing a number of Shangri-La dialogues. So the last question from the floor, Tim Huxley.
Thank you, John. My question is for Richard Marles. Minister, lack of transparency in China's military programs, and I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about that lack of transparency. Which aspects of China's military programs strike you as worryingly opaque, and is there a model or standard for military transparency that you would like to see China and the PLA apply? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think there's enough there for 3 or 4 minutes each. Deputy Prime Minister, might you answer the 2 or 3 questions principally posed to you? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think I can explain maybe not all of this question, but I will explain the major part of it. Related to the climate change, we all know and we are very aware because of the publicity and all the information that is disseminated from the media, and we all have paid attention to this issue. But I think it's related to the advanced industrial country, because this is the main source of the greenhouse gases, and therefore we focus not just on natural disaster, but also the climate change because of the man-made pollution. Related to the Ukraine issue, I have met the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, and we have discussed several issues. And I have maintained our clear position that we have some experience, especially related to demining So related to demining, we have the capability to provide some training as well as to provide some work if there is any demand or request under the umbrella of the United Nations, just as we have done in many places regarding demining. Another issue regarding the Ream Naval Base, I have always clarified all the time that this is the requirement to enhance our capability in order to participate in cooperation. At the same time, this is also about our enhancement capability in the maritime domain, and therefore we need a proper basis so that we have a chance in order to develop our navy in order to protect our sovereignty. In fact, our Ream Naval Base is just a small base, and it's not even equal in terms of size to some civilian port in other countries. So I think even if there is some transparency, we will provide transparency, but certainly this will not affect the security in the region. And basically, instead, if we succeeded in modernization, we will be able to participate in activities in the region in order to increase security in the region. So this is what I want to say about the transparency regarding the Ream Naval. It will always follow our constitution and effective law in our country. Of course, there are people who said that our base is open for foreign troops, and this will not happen. So please do not interpret it in any different way. And another question, I think it's a little bit difficult to explain regarding the relation between Quad and ASEAN. I think this is also an interesting issue that we have always pay attention to, just like Cambodia. If all of these organizations are created for the cause of peace, security, and prosperity in the region, we will have nothing to stop it. And we actually have to congratulate it. However, if it negatively affects some of the problem, or it will negatively affect stability in the region or create any arms race, then that will be another issue, and which I think we will have to find a way in order to discuss. Thank you very much for the question, and these are my answers. Thank you.
Richard Morris.
Thanks, John. So I'll do my best to go through those questions. But again, following on from the Deputy Prime Minister, I don't guarantee that I'll get to all of them. Let me start with the question from our friends from China, which started in relation to NATO. I mean, firstly, I wouldn't accept the characterisation of NATO's contribution within Europe. I think in the aftermath of the Second World War and two world wars taking place on that continent in a relatively short period of time, I think there's a different interpretation of NATO about the contribution that it's made in respect of European and North Atlantic peace since 1945. But I think the real essence of that question was whether or not NATO is in some form being exported into the Indo-Pacific, and it is not. You know, from Australia's point of view, it is not. I can't make that clearer in terms of the way in which we see our engagement in the region and the way in which we see our engagement in various organisations which I described within the region. And that was the second part of the question, which went to those smaller organisations, and again I take it as a reference to AUKUS and to the Quad, and how Australia can provide strategic reassurance to the region. I mean, the first answer to that is by getting on the phone and speaking, and by coming to events like this and talking, and being as completely clear as we could be about what it is that we are on about. And I think our record over the last 12 months speaks for itself. AUKUS is a technology transferring arrangement. It is not an alliance. It is, in the immediate term, through Pillar 1, a mechanism by which Australia can acquire a nuclear-powered submarine capability, and what we seek to do with that capability, we have made really clear to the region and to the world, and that is to play our part in providing for the collective security of the region and the maintenance of the global rules-based order within the region. Understanding that Australia today, by virtue of the growing contribution that trade makes to our national wealth, has a huge connection to the world, and there's a physical dimension to that, and that connection comes through Southeast Asia, East Asia, through the Indo-Pacific. And it is protecting our connection to the world and making our contribution to regional security and the global rules-based order, which is why we seek to develop the defence capabilities that we do, and AUKUS is simply a means by which we acquire capability. To just divert for a moment to go on capabilities that we do, and AUKUS is simply a means by which we acquire capability. To just divert for a moment to go on to one of the questions from Germany in relation to AUKUS Pillar 2, I certainly understand the observation that's made in relation to Pillar 2. Understandably, there has been a focus in respect of submarines, but we do see AUKUS in a broader sense of being an opportunity to work with the United States and the United Kingdom on developing cutting-edge technologies. And as we walk further down the track, as we've said a number of occasions, we imagine that may well be a construct which might apply to other countries as well, but I think there is a way to go in relation to the three of our countries working together on AUKUS Pillar 2 before we get to that point. To come back to the second question of our Chinese friends, which, or the second part of that question, which is then in respect of the Quad. The Quad is not a security organisation. The Quad is about practical engagement, and we've been talking together with our Quad partners, for example, in relation to coordinating on development assistance. And so it is not about a security pact either. Giving strategic reassurance to the region about what those entities, as two examples, are about, is about standing up and actually explaining to people what we seek to do with in our membership of those organisations and what we are about. There was a question from Tim from the UK about my comments in respect of a lack of transparency in respect of China and where we see the kind of standard here as applying. It really goes from the comments that I've just made. Our issue is, I mean, there is a very significant build-up that we are seeing with China in terms of its military. It is the lack of a strategic explanation for what that's for and what that is about. And if you want the standard, I mean, others can judge whether we meet the standard, but what we seek to do is aspire to a standard where we make clear to the region and the world what we are on about in terms of the capabilities that we have and why we're developing them. And I guess that's what we would seek from others. There was a question from a Philippines delegate in relation to the Ukraine and whether this is, you know, how does it relate to the Indo-Pacific and US engagement, I guess, in the Indo-Pacific. I think the answer to that question is simply that the relevance of the Ukraine to the Indo-Pacific, but the relevance of the war in Ukraine to the world is about the fact that this is a war where the global rules-based order is on trial. I mean, that's what's engaged here. That's why we see it relating to Australia's national interest. I mean, what happened with the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a complete breach of the rules-based order where, you know, a large neighbour invades a smaller neighbour, not by reference to the rule of law, but by reference to power and might. And that can't be allowed to stand in the world today in Europe or in the Indo-Pacific. And so, you know, that's what's at issue there. There was a question from the UK about Japan and its role. I think what I'd say there is that the National Defence Strategy of Japan that they released in December of last year, I think is a welcome statement from Japan about its desire to engage more in the region and to play its part in the world. And I think the degree to which, and there is an expression in that document about a Japanese interest in regional security and them playing their part in that. And I think, you know, the conversation that we're seeing between Japan and Korea, given their history, is a really potent example of it, is really welcome from our point of view in terms of that country, and in Korea for that matter, are playing their part in the maintenance of the rules-based order as well. There was a question then in relation, again from the Philippines, in relation to the East Asian Summit. We do think, for the reasons that was expressed in the questioner's question about the East Asian Summit bringing together China and America, we do feel that it is a really important piece of regional architecture, and from an Australian point of view, we will continue to engage in it. There was then a question early on from the European Union delegate in relation to the kind of economic piece in respect of security. Completely agree with that too. I mean, we need to be thinking about global security and rules, not just through the lens of defence, but through all elements of statecraft. And we must see, I mean, we see trade as a positive development. It's not I think the lesson from Ukraine is trade does not preclude war, but trade is a good thing of itself in terms of the economic development of the globe, which is an important factor in removing tensions which give rise to conflict. And yes, in respect of America, we were disappointed that America pulled out of the TPP. We welcome the fact that America has put forward IPEF, but we are consistent advocates to America about their need, not just in a security sense, but in an economic sense, to play their part in the world. And I think that's an important piece of advocacy that we can all do in respect of America there. Finally, there was a question in relation to climate change and the Pacific and the region, and beyond that in the Indian Ocean. Under our government, I hope the world has seen a change in Australian posture in respect of climate change. Certainly there has been a fundamental change in Australia, where we are now on a credible pathway to net zero emissions by 2050, and that's a significant commitment from Australia, given our history of emission. And I think where the world should take comfort, actually, in terms of what Australia is doing, is that it's really clear, to me at least, that it's going to be difficult for any party to govern Australia in the future unless they have a credible answer to the question about how Australia will meet being a net zero emitter by 2050. But we think that there is a role in respect of our place in the world in terms of advocacy. Part of it actually is telling the story of particularly small Pacific Island countries, coral atoll nations like the Marshall Islands, Kiribati, Tuvalu, who really are on the front line of climate change in a kind of visceral way, which is hard for a lot of us to understand unless you've been there and seen it. And I think to tell their story to the world about the impact of climate change on people today, and it's not to say they are uniquely on the front line. I think there are, a country like Bangladesh, Ganges River Delta, they're very much on the front line as well. So there is stories around the world which need to be told, but it is the collection of those stories which will see the real motive for action here. And that is in part why we have sought to host COP31 in the coming years, and to make that located in the Pacific so that we are able to very much tell their story to the world.
Thank you very much. Minister Ung, you have a parting thought?
There were two quick questions, some related, I think, by Colonel Chu, Mr. Ordenil, that relate to Europe and Asia, and the impact of, as Richard has said, the Ukraine war on us, and whether countries, especially the US, have got adequate resources. Our starting point is, as we've stated publicly, that the US presence in this part of the world we consider as vital and for stability. And that's the reason for our MOU, in which we facilitate US ships and planes through our bases. But that question presupposes that a superpower or a number of superpowers can have the resources to handle both a conflict in Europe and Asia. And that, as I've said, is a catastrophic outcome which we must do everything to avoid. And not only on our military organizations, it will have impact on civilians, realliances, just the world as we know at large. So that's quite clear. There has been a recurring theme from a number of speakers that whether you bring NATO in the region or you bring US out of the region, that part of the problem is who goes into which region. And a call, if you like, Mr. Lee addressed this some years ago, I remember, and in his, Lee Kuan Yew, in his artful way said, well, if you ask the Chinese, they might prefer a dividing line around Guam, where the Chinese keep to the west side of Guam and the US keep to the east side of Guam. He didn't say that they wanted it, he just said that he observed that there might be the preferred view. First, it's unrealistic for that to happen. The US will not go away and neither will China go away. Two, even if that occurred, we've gone back to great power rivalry, but just defined by spheres. And we know the outcome of that in World War I. Because once you cross the line, you bring all the spheres into collision. So I think it's an unrealistic expectation that if ships and planes of any one military fly in another part of the world, then that means you're aggressive. Of course, I can imagine the PLA say, well, how would the US feel if I flew around Hawaii or the west coast of US? I'm not suggesting to the PLA to do that, but I'm just saying for fullness of debate, that might be the response. Mr. Ward had a question of Japan. What more would, if from the ASEAN member state and from Singapore's point of view, would say to Japan they would do? In my mind, the single most important thing that Japan can do for the stability of ASEAN in Asia is to improve their relations with China. Unlike Germany, which, and publicly we've said that Japan can do more for security in this region, and we said it thoughtfully. Some have said, was there a change in position? Because previously we said Japan was a self-defense force. Not really. We facilitate Japanese ships through our Changi naval bases. But it was eloquently demonstrated in the previous plenary. I thought it was a surreal moment listening to German Minister Boris Pistorius espousing the values of the post-World War II values, which was completely different from pre-World War II Germany, about the right of power against the right of small states, about the principles that we should follow. And Prime Minister Kallas acknowledging that Germany had a moment of accounting. I say this not to sensitize or to lay any blame, or I'm just stating the facts, that there is still a residual feeling among ASEAN member states and Asia that there is no similar accounting post-World War II vis-a-vis Japan. Japan has done very much in the past decades to reassure their neighbors. So I would summarize this as this. First, Japan's greatest task is to improve their relations with China. I worry more about Northeast Asia than I do South China Sea. Second, they should do more to reassure, as they have been doing in the past decades, of Japan's militarization and growth. And third, that they should continue to participate as they have ably been done in multilateral settings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. This gives me a few minutes to offer my own words of thanks and also to help us all look forward to more Shangri-La dialogues. First, the vote of thanks. IISS staff here in IISS Asia, led with admirable energy by James Crabtree and the many other people in that office that have both communicated with other defense ministers in the region and helped support the extraordinary logistic challenge of this dialogue. And also the staff that have come from the IISS headquarters in the UK, of which there are many, both analysts and, crucially, as important operators, staff from IISS Europe in Berlin, IISS Americas in Washington, and IISS Middle East in Bahrain. All of them have helped to ensure that there is the diversity of participation that we've seen here. Just a few statistics, because we're all data-centric people. We did, in fact, have exactly 571 delegates. In order to support them, we needed to print 4,738 badges. We had 1,679 officials and security. Of the ones we were able to count, we knew that there were 121 bilaterals that formally took place, and happily there were some accidental diplomatic encounters that we know will be productive in the future. And there were 54 nationalities represented here, 34 full ministers, and a huge complement of other senior government officials. It's also my great pleasure and honor to thank the staff of the Istana, the staff of the Prime Minister's Office, the Ministry of Defense of Singapore, the Minister himself, the Permanent Secretary, and all of his senior officials. Of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the police, and the other security officials that have helped us proceed, to use a phrase I used only 15 minutes ago or so, with strategic calm. I have also been to all 20 Shangri-La dialogues. As I said last Friday night, I started it in 2002. It's important sometimes to do things that are totally unprecedented. It's important sometimes completely to innovate, and one has to do both with a degree of emotional intelligence and proper humility. And that was the attitude we brought to the first, and we developed over the subsequent 19 years sufficient confidence in the International Institute for Strategic Studies' ability to preside over an international gathering with diplomatic serenity that we now have so many people with us today. I haven't actually made a precise count, but I think diplomatic serenity that we now have so many people with us today. I haven't actually made a precise count, but I think I've chaired slightly over 130 plenaries in that time. It has been a very signal honor and one of my proudest achievements to have initiated this event, which, if it had not been initiated, might have needed to be invented. I was glad to have played a role in inventing it. I might also just add, as an historic point, that I became the Director General and Chief Executive of the IISS. In fact, I was slightly more modestly styled the Director of ISS in 1 October 1993, and then once we began establishing a number of offices around the world, and each of them had directors, the trustees in their wisdom decided that they had to double style me, both Director General and Chief Executive, and that they did about 12 years or so ago, so it's for that reason that I have this magnificent title. At the IISS, we have learned a great deal from our engagement with Singapore, as we've understood your political culture, and to a degree we've ever so slightly borrowed from it in developing our own succession strategy, where the decision taken is that there will not be a succession event, but an execution of a proper and intelligent succession strategy. So on the 1st of October 2023, when I will have completed exactly 30 years as Director and then Director General and Chief Executive, I will become the Executive Chair of the IISS, spending 50% of my time at the IISS, but as I said last night at the Astana, paid and therefore accountable still, and help to maintain the altitude and operational tempo without missing a step or skipping a beat that the IISS is famous for. One might in Singaporean parlance, but I don't want to have ideas above my station. Think of it as a type of minister, mentor role. We did have a global competition for the next Director General and Chief Executive. He happily will be styled with all of the attributes that I was lucky enough to gain. And after a global competition, we were delighted to have been able to choose an exceptional internal candidate, familiar with the Institute's strategic culture and able to operate collegially within it. Now, I'm going to just open and close a parenthesis and say, all of you know that the IISS is a global leader in the generation of military data. All of you know that the IISS is a global leader in geopolitical analysis. All of you know that the ISS is a global leader in convening defense and security officials who might not so easily be able to convene themselves. But the IISS, and you'll understand why I say this in 30 seconds, is also a global leader in seating plans, intelligently marrying process to style and protocol to decorum. To my left, I have two individuals. To his right, he has two individuals. He is seated exactly opposite me, so I would like to invite the next Director General and Chief Executive of the IISS, Baskin Gigerich, to stand. He will be chairing the next Shangri-La Dialogue in the first weekend of June. And with that, I invite you all, first of all, to take lunch and then to have a safe journey home. See you next year. Thank you.
下载中天新闻网 App 抽奖拿好康，小七咖啡很多人都有抽到，下一个幸运者可能就是你。国立海洋科技博物馆门票1张，位在基隆的国立海洋科技博物馆，最棒的亲子一日游室内景点，快来试试手气哦！下载中天新闻网 App 参加抽奖。新北水岸河滨自行车租借优惠券，平日租借只要5折，立刻下载中天新闻网 App 参加抽奖，就有机会5折畅游新北水岸。宜兰苏澳立桨冲浪体验优惠券，你有玩过立桨吗？没有的话，今年夏天不妨赶快体验一下，快来抽9折券。旺币最高一次抽到300枚旺币，累积足额可以换快点购折价券。下载中天新闻网 App 后，输入推荐代码，任选一个账号注册，填写完资料，来到中天复古乐园戳戳乐，上面5项大奖项等你抽，赶快来下载中天新闻网 App 抽奖拿好康。下载中天新闻网 App 抽奖拿好康，小七咖啡很多人都有抽到，下一个幸运者可能就是你。国立海洋科技博物馆门票1张，位在基隆的国立海洋科技博物馆，最棒的亲子一日游室内景点，快来试试手气哦！下载中天新闻网 App 参加抽奖。新北水岸河滨自行车租借优惠券，平日租借只要5折，立刻下载中天新闻网 App